Copy. Yep, understood. It's about 15 meters away from bottom based off of blue view. Copy that. Okay, I'm starting to get a visual of bottom. Looks like it's about 10 meters away. I'll continue down until we're slightly above. I'll dial in Z-bias. Once you feel comfortable, maybe like 15 to 18 above me, we can go ahead and start setting up the lights. Copy that. I'm not sure. I did not catch that.
Negative, we did not.
Ooh, guess it'll C-star to start off a dive. Okay. And we put on 10 additional pounds, correct? Copy that, starting at 23. Alright, Copilot, I'll come back to the center of your screen. You still got me at 45, nice. Understood.
That was not a zoom, that was focus.
That's good. Excellent, thank you. Yeah, we should go ahead and ready to set everything up. Copy that, yeah, I'm on there now.
Okay, deploying swing arms, setting up for lighting.
And also if we have to white balance, you can leave the lower starboard one where we have to bring that inboard to light it up.
Okay.
Hi everyone, just to notify, we are at bottom, so we're at approximately 1,845 meters deep with D2. We have approached a soft sediment bottom, which you can see are some potential shrimp burrows or biological burrows within this area. We're going to go ahead and set up before we get started with this dive. Again, we do have a variety of checklists to go through for the ROVs for engineering
just wanted to let you know
objectives
the ROVs are on the
before we
bottom.
go ahead and move
we're on a
on
very
towards that
flat,
potential shipwreck
sedimented
dive.
plain, about 1,800 meters deep.
Stay tuned.
So your bailout direction can just be current heading of ship.
Goes a lot faster
So right now,
today.
160. Good copy, bridge. We may adjust that as we get close to any features, but that's good for now. And then just to check, is center rotation midship or A-frame right now?
It is still midship.
Copy that. Well, yeah, before we do any heading changes, could you put that back to A-frame? Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Do you want me to deploy instead of regular balance? A white balance?
Yeah, we can go ahead and do that if video is ready.
Video, you ready for me to go ahead and set up?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Feel free to take my camera as needed. Just for your reference, I took Mini Zeus and just scanned it out ahead so it's no longer between the toes.
Copy. I will just switch over to my monitor.
Okay.
And I will take your camera. Okay. Are you using your main camera right now too?
Nope, you can go ahead and take it. I'm just using my manips.
It's a +5, right? feel like I have to ask every day.
I think it's like a 5.4 or
Right.
5.7. It's
Right,
one or
right,
the other.
right. Okay. I think I'll keep it up like that. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Five, four.
This is an audio check, audio level check on the OKEX party line. No one needs to respond. This is just an audio level check on the science channel, on the left audio channel.
Come on, in video with main.
This is an audio level check on the right channel on the EXRV party line. This is just an audio level check. No one needs to respond. This is a level check on the EXRV party line.
I think I'm going to be way too crooked here.
Shoreside, please check your phone lines and mute your phones if you're not actively speaking. We hear an open phone line, and this is being recorded with all of our archive video. Please mute your microphones unless you're actively speaking.
That's far enough out there? Okay. I tried to make it a lot further today. Right. Okay, good to know.
Okay, capping the camera, checking the blacks. Lights are calibrated. Open the iris up to 100%. Adjusting the red gains. Adjusting the blue gains. Seem to be at my limits with my blue gains again today. Okay. Okay, so ready for HD2.
Copy. Come on in.
Okay, second camera is calibrated.
Okay.
Video's clear.
Storing Ryan.
Permission to zoom on center floating speck.
I think your standby one video. I think your arm is a little bit over rotated.
The shoulder.
the
Come back over here.
forearm. That doesn't seem quite right. You see how like far back it is?
Yeah, so I was trying to figure it out. It doesn't look right. Oh, I think it needs to come maybe left a little.
Oh, no, you're touching the... Yeah, you gotta rotate the forearm away. You gotta rotate it clockwise right now.
Okay, let me come back out.
So what you may have done is rotated it, because that should be fully rotated.
Yeah, I
but
think I need to come out and rotate it back
exactly.
around.
Yeah, so come out and then move your wrist to the other side and
Yeah.
then fully rotate your forearm. There we go. And now when you max out that forearm roll, it should, yes.
Yep, that was it.
Sorry.
There we go. That looks better. So now when you bring your wrist the other way. Yeah, nice.
There we go.
So that should still be able to hide the
Yeah.
color chart.
Let's come back out, come back in,
Nice.
come back around.
So now, yeah, the shoulder should be maxed left.
Yeah, it is.
Sweet.
And this is maxed in. Right there. Okay, that's what it was. That was the wrong way around.
So what, you just didn't rotate it after? Okay, doing
Yep.
the mini. Okay. That's good to know. That's easy to make
It's
that
just-
mistake.
Just order of operations there. There we go. Looks stowed. Does it look good over there?
Yeah,
Okay.
it looks pretty good.
Great, here you go.
All right, thank you. And looks like we still need to bring that starboard lower swing arm out. Oh, sorry, video. What did you say?
I was just looking for the object that was floating center, but it's long past.
Oh, sorry.
And we can center up HD2 when you get a chance.
Yep, I can take care of that if you want. Co-pilot.
Yeah, please. I'm just making sure I have eyes on my swing arm.
Copy that. Bring this out for the blue view. Thank you, Nav. I believe that was you. Okay. Right there looks pretty good. I'm going to take back my rotator if you don't mind.
Yep, all yours.
Okay, come back. Get back down.
Okay, your lights should be deployed where we normally have them.
Copy that. I'm going to come down to toes, slightly above. Gonna come back, center myself in your screen again. Alright, co-pilot, you ready to proceed?
Yep, ready to go.
Alright, so engineering objectives for this morning is to test out the blue view, correct? So we're gonna want to do a 360 scan of our area?
Yeah, let's just get it dialed in.
Okay.
Co-pilot, are you good with me doing the range? That's really all we control.
Yes, please.
Okay. So yeah, if you, this is kind of our southernmost point today. If you just kind of do a circle with it.
Okay.
You
At
know,
full tether length or close to full tether
where
length?
you are, yeah. You don't stretch out or anything. But,
Okay.
so that will look north, south, east, west, and kind of pan. I think if you get your altitude, or you actually don't know your altitude, but if you're a meter or two up, you might see a little further, and I can then, you can adjust your camera angle, and I'll keep adjusting the range till we kind of feel like we see as far as possible.
Copy that. I'll come up a little bit. Got auto depth still in. Ooh. I bet that's why it was so challenging to get Z-bias.
Oh, yeah, why don't you dial in Z-bias?
Yeah, alright. That would... I thought I had already done it, but...
Oh, were you on auto depth?
Was, yeah.
Oh, I was like, dude, you're holding very well.
I know. I thought I had dialed in Z-bias really well.
Yeah.
That would I guess that's just a compliment to the data software team.
You thought you just dialed Z-bias in and hovered there for the whole weight balance?
Well, I adjusted it the whole time.
I
Okay.
believed it. I was very impressed.
Wow, good.
I mean, I am pretty.
That's good.
Yeah, I think it's still pretty dialed in.
Still at 25? Okay.
Yeah, 25.2.
Okay. Yeah, in the Copilot log, will you note that's still 25?
I think it was
Z-bias is at
26.5 yesterday, right?
Yeah, so 25.2.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it made some difference.
Alright. Actually, it might be a little. I might increase it just a tiny bit.
Yeah, so Copilot, if you know, added 10 pounds, the new Z-bias and the pitch and roll, we'll look at that tonight.
Yep.
And decide if we want to add more lead, but we're definitely getting pretty dialed in there.
I'm going to call Z-bias at 25.4.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
and
that sounds good.
salinity is basically 35.
Salinity, it's 35.
It's 34.99 something, but
35 is good. Okay. Pitch is between negative 0.5 and 1. I think it's been oscillating there.
Pilot, while we're going through these engineering checks, can I have you talk on OKEX so that we can have audio on that channel?
Sure. I am now talking on OKEX as well as EXRV. Do you want me to get off of EXRV?
Yeah, let's pull you off of the XRV so we can have separation.
Sounds good. I
Okay.
am only on OKEX.
so yeah, as for engineering objectives, we'll tune in the blue view and do some practice recordings. Hopefully if we find something like a small mound, so we don't just record nothing.
Right.
And then once Andy gets the DVL back, we will, test autos thoroughly, like with joystick, with buttons, and staying still, just all the different options.
Sounds good.
And I remember. Go ahead, workshop. Oh, copy. Copy.
Right.
As an update, LED bottle 96 degrees, and the highest is reading 47C. I guess that's one node, and it's the upper swing arms. So we have one approaching 47.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, we never dialed in that limit. Maybe we should turn the upper swing arms down 5%.
Yeah, well, it's a good idea.
So we don't. Good keeping an eye on that.
Understood.
Our electrical lead, Chief Pilot Bobby Moore, reports keep them under 50 degrees Celsius.
All right. If you guys are ready, we can start the scanning rotation. So I'll be going from north, which we are at right about now, and I'll head to east first, south,
Okay.
and then west, and then I'll come back the same way so we don't put a...
Yeah, no turns. So, yeah, you want to get auto depth up, a little higher, and then tilt the mini Zeus up and down. We'll try to see how far we can go.
Come up just a tad. Lock in auto depth.
While you're doing this, Pilot, do you want me to follow you, or do you want me to keep it stationary at 45 so that you know?
If you could keep it at your angle at 45 and then follow me around as we rotate, and I'll stay centered on your 45 so we get a kind of accurate circle as we go around.
Copy that. You're at 45 now.
Copy. Let me just come back a tad, and then we can start that move. If you want to work with Navigator to adjust the mini Zeus, which will adjust the blue view.
Okay,
We can
I'll
scan
control
up
your
and
mini.
down as we go around. All right. Nav, you ready?
Yeah, just trying to get since D2 Seeking's off, I'm moving it over, so we have Sirius there.
Copy that. Co-pilot, you good?
Ready.
All right. I will start the rotation now, heading over to 090.
Okay. So I have max range at 46. I still see kind of some bumps out. I mean, it looks like real terrain out to 50. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
believe that.
Co-pilot, will you just try tilting up and down a bit and see?
Tilting up and down. That's up, and it's
Here, let me increase the range again.
okay. I do have a little brow in view here.
Oh, yeah.
And
Maybe-
if you could just follow me with Sirius as I come around, co-pilot, please.
Copy.
Thank you.
Okay, so that camera's pretty much up to horizontal, huh?
Where is the? We had degrees of tilt, right?
Yeah,
There it
pan
is.
tilt. Yeah.
Yep. So it's at 2.1 negative.
Oh, so it's 2 degrees below horizontal, I guess.
Let me go up to horizontal and check.
That might be a nice.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's
Yeah.
0.
Try horizontal. I don't know. That'd be an easy one to remember.
Do you want me to just pan it to 0 as well?
Yeah. I mean, it looks
Okay.
pretty close, but
Yeah, that's about as close as we're gonna get right here.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm out to 83 now. It's hard to say where the real bottom stops and the noise starts. It looks kind of like at 60, we have no more features. It's just noise.
I think the optimal range was like 67 meters and below on that
Okay.
one, if I remember correctly.
So, yeah, I kind of see that transition.
And we're probably 6 or 7 meters up right now, right?
Yes.
Oh, you're up off the seafloor, 6 or 7?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we have that little added.
Gotcha.
So for everyone tuning in
Okay.
at home, I'd just
So I
like
am
to
looking
flag
east
stream
at
3
this
for
time,
you. That's
continuing
where we
to
have our quad
south.
screens, and you can see on the lower right-hand quadrant that we are currently testing our Blue View system, and that is the newly installed system that has been on D2, and that's a sonar system that can help us navigate through either difficult terrains or see other features. And this is really the objective of today's dive, coming and approaching this potential shipwreck. We're hoping that it provides a really great visualization. So for those tuning in, stream 3 on the lower right-hand quadrant is where you can see that Blue View system.
Okay, I have it ranged to 70 meters. I don't really see a lot past 50
Yeah.
or 60.
A little high up. I can come down if you'd like.
I can also tilt to 45 if.
Might be a
Yeah,
little-
we showed when you were on bottom it was 1846.
Well,
so
maybe what I can do is continue at this height, coming
Yeah.
around, and when we come back, I can get a little bit lower to the ground,
Okay.
or we could try something a little bit
yeah.
different. There is,
What's that?
yeah. Hey, video, do you mind just zooming in real quick on main HD? Seems to be a pretty straight. All right, it might just be a,
Yeah, it looks like a relief line.
yeah. I could have just been my eyes. That looks all right. All right. That just look.
Oh, it's something. It's probably a buried something or other.
Yeah. Do you want to come in again?
Right now, what I'm seeing inside.
Or I
is
guess it could be
sargassum.
just a
A
scour
drag
mark, a drag mark. Yeah, that
Okay.
that the
Full wide video. please.
sargassum settled in.
Hey, navigator, were any of the anchors from that platform out there on the?
The oil platform.
Are they
No,
shown?
I passed south.
we have the platforms and the pipelines and cables leaving them.
You do. Okay.
Yeah, but not the anchors. I remember a few years ago we were so close that we had to get the anchor plan. Cause,
Right.
yeah,
Continuing to west.
Okay. You're getting kind of
Yeah.
far out in front.
Coming back in. Continuing back in a little bit more. Coming up on west. Okay, we'll go a little bit past west and then we'll come down and then we will go counterclockwise back the way we came. Okay, come to northwest.
I'd say, we're looking out 50 meters from where you are, so.
Understood. Alright, so there's about northwest. We'll go ahead and come down a little bit. Down. Okay, just a few meters off the bottom. And then I'll start coming back around the other way.
Yeah, I see, when you get closer, I do see more. Co-pilot, will you tilt down maybe 5 degrees?
Tilting down.
These shadows near, I think they're the brow, so yeah.
Oh yeah, it's becoming much more.
Yeah, I mean the close range is, what angle is that?
6, -6.
Okay. Yeah, that really seems to show stuff out to 60, or I guess that's 70. Well, I mean, it definitely shows bumps out to 50. I still haven't really verified with myself if there's anything past that.
Do you mind if I come down a little more and then come back up?
Oh no, yeah, you can play with that.
So this is at, whoops, that was at 10. And it's really strong at 30. Clear. So yeah, it looks like the sweet spot might be between like 0 and -10.
Yeah, so I guess more like -2, 3, or 4 to get as far out as possible.
Yeah, here is -5 again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course, this is all tuned in for a perfectly flat bottom. If you have any terrain, it doesn't work.
So dropping that upper by 5% lowered the temperature by about 8 degrees Celsius.
Nice. So those are 35s now?
35s and then 138.
Oh wow. What percent is it from did you go from 95 to 90 or?
I went from 95 to 90, yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, because that percentage isn't linear, correct? It jumps up
Oh, that's
quite
right.
a bit near the end.
So that's a lot. Basically goes from getting kind of close to what we think is too hot to cold.
All right. Are we happy with the blue view? We ready to start heading around counterclockwise?
Yeah.
Okay, do we want to try and record some of this on the back end? Or just finish this first?
Well, it'd be good. I think let's hold off recording till we find something, because replaying a perfectly flat bottom, we won't even know.
Understood. All right, I'll start coming back around counterclockwise. Currently at 313. And back.
Oh, and Copilot, if you're taking notes, the head we have now is the M900 130.
M900 130?
Yeah. I believe 130 is the angle that it sweeps, and 900 is the frequency.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, because the other options are M2250, and that's the one that has a max 10-meter range, and that has 3 angular options also.
Following you around.
So,
Copy that.
so the highest range, biggest angle of sweep is the M900 130.
M900, copy. It's recorded.
That's confusing because we have 6 options on this head, but then we also have the second head, so we actually have 12 different options.
We have 2 blue views on right now.
That's
yeah,
correct.
yeah,
One's stationary, one's adjustable.
yeah. I have it hidden, but down here is the stationary one.
I believe it's turned off right now.
Turned off. Okay.
Do you want me to turn it on?
No, that's okay.
Right.
We were more. I think tomorrow we might try swapping them to verify they both work just as well. But
Copy that.
we know this one's working well, so we wanted it for today.
Where's the stationary one located?
It's
On the
on
frame?
the top of the brow.
Okay.
And it has
Looking straight out, looking straight down.
it's at a 30-degree angle, I believe. I know we have a couple different notches that we can adjust it to, ranging from, I think, like 70 to up to 0.
So, given your radius and assuming we saw at least 50 meters out, that's a 151 meter wide kind of track,
Nice.
or not track,
Swath.
swath. Yeah. Okay, as you finish that, I'm going to open the engineering objectives document. I know one thing we haven't done is test out the temp probe and suction. This might be good to, once we're done this circle, to get an auto depth. I guess you can't go in auto position, but so you could actually set down.
Yep.
And at least I'm sure you want to try the temp probe, and then you could save this suction for Chris if you want, or give it a try.
Gonna push out a little bit, co-pilot.
Copy. You have plenty of to there.
Too tight of a circle. Did someone just adjust the suction light? I thought I saw that flicker.
No,
Definitely wasn't me.
was not me either.
I have no control.
Copy that.
Wait, I thought I saw something flicker right there as well on the starboard mains.
Do you mind just following me around?
Yep, still following you.
Thanks. Okay, come back to pushing out a little. So it's much tighter of a circle this time around.
It's a good view of D2 though.
Yeah, the water clarity is actually pretty good down here. I think it.
Back lined up at north.
Yeah. And then I guess it's worth requesting.
Is this a piece of trash, or
It does appear to be.
can we use that for a sample?
Can we snap to confirm?
Yeah, go ahead. Or no?
You mean
Well, I mean to test the arm, test the. Oh, I guess we haven't tested bio boxes or anything. Feel free to come out. Just rather than grabbing a live sample.
Oh, you mean to test picking something up?
Yeah. Or no. I know we normally don't.
I mean, yeah, we do have to. One of our objectives is to practice a sample. So since we're on sediment,
If we test all the bio box too, we can just, if you
Yeah.
want to stick it in a bio box.
yeah.
I'd feel more comfortable grabbing this than something.
Oh yeah, we don't want to grab something alive unless the scientists want it.
I
Yeah,
don't see a ton of rocks either.
but for people watching at home, this
Oh,
is
sure.
not an efficient way to clean up the oceans. This is simply a test of an object.
Yeah. Okay,
We do see a lot of trash, but we cannot, cannot spend all the time picking it up.
All right, so we'll test the temp probe when we get a seat here, test the arm, and bio boxes.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And then if you want suction, or we can save that.
And that's just more to test the hose. We've already tested the suction motor.
Yeah, I think
Clearing
so.
it out.
Yeah, we could take a very small mud sample.
Okay.
Oh, and just before we move, just remember, we haven't looked directly under Sirius, so it'd be worth, when you get up, doing a 180 on D2 and just looking.
Copy that.
Oh yeah, and you know what, actually, well, you're too close now. If we find another can or bottle, we can test the 10 meter, the 2250 blue view really close. It should be able to see the bottle.
Ooh.
But,
yeah.
Well, I'll try it now anyway.
Well, I have our adjustable one focused on it as well. I don't know if you can do any tests with that one.
Yeah, that's what I have here.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, so I need M2250.
Your hydraulics are spun up.
130.
Copy that. Thank you.
I believe it's that bright dot. Can you move Mini Zeus up and down a touch?
Here we go.
Yep. You just move it down.
I did.
Nice.
It's down.
Yeah, I think that might.
And then back.
Because I think this is the temp probe probably.
That's definitely it.
Yeah,
that's cool.
You can see the edge of the.
Yeah.
Nice.
I bet if well, if we find another, if you back up a meter, then it'll be out in flat sediment. Right now it's like pretty
Do
scrambled
you want
in.
me to back up?
No, you're all set up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll try.
Unfortunately, I don't think we'll have a problem finding. Yeah, it didn't take me too much to sit down. Okay, coming out of joy lock, coming up a little bit.
This will be one we want to put in a bio box so that it doesn't fly out while we're going up and
Yeah, just move.
fly into
around.
something.
Here, Nav, I'm gonna come back a little bit if we want to try and scan that again.
Okay. So, Andy, we can talk later, but I'll just put this. There's a desktop blue view folder. I'll just make one for this dive.
Okay.
And obviously, you guys can tell me where to put it later.
Sounds good.
It's 2201. So when you hit the red record button, it saves a SON file, which is the raw data, which is kind of what we want for future testing. But it's quite large.
Okay, sediment's pretty light here, but you should still be able to see it with the sonar.
I'll center it on screen.
Okay.
Should be roughly there, centered on screen.
Let me range you out a little more. Yeah, try tilting up and down.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh, your turn too. Will you,
Go back to.
yeah, there you go.
Come back a little more.
Minute. Yeah, tilt down a little more.
Tilting down.
There's some
That's-
sort of shadow, yeah.
Backing up. Might be in the.
That looks like the skids right here. The shadows.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the skids. Those are shadowing.
So, and it's in front, so it should
Yeah.
be up a little, right around here.
Should be. Let me range out a little more.
Yeah, a little bit more.
Huh.
I bet it's at 10 meters.
Gotta shake my head a little bit, see if we can.
Maybe try
Can you come out
Drop
to 10?
dropping
Carl?
down a little bit.
Yeah,
lower.
it's at 9.7, but
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's not 30 feet in front of us.
No. I'm dropping down a little.
Huh. Maybe we were mistaken and we didn't see it before. Um, you can see the drag marks here from the ROV.
Mm-hmm.
So actually it should be right about here because of those. There's the skid marks. Huh.
Okay.
Well, maybe it doesn't act, maybe aluminum cans don't actually. Oh, wait, I just saw something right there. Tilt down a little. Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep painting it. And see.
Yeah.
Is it?
I think it's that.
It's either. Maybe it is. It's either that or slightly up and to the left of you, that shadow. I mean, but that's. I don't know.
Well, try again with a glass bottle later.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna come back, reline up for it.
So we'll go back out to 10 meters.
I think that's it right there.
Oh yeah, you can see
Yeah.
it there.
Okay.
It's just very small.
Okay, I'll zoom in. So it's very angle
Well,
dependent.
Yeah, it's covered in sediment on the very top, so maybe that's like changing the reflective pattern.
There's an export subset. I just want to see how large it is. It doesn't, you don't put in a start stop time. Oh, okay. A subset is just 820K. And I did maybe 5 seconds of the other and it was 14 meg. What's that?
I wonder what that subset contains, if it's
Yeah.
enough to be useful.
Yeah, I'll look in the manual.
Okay, you said hydraulics are ramped up?
Yep, ready to go.
If you feel comfortable, if you could switch over Mini Zeus to your camera.
Tilted down.
All right, let's go ahead and grab it first, throw it into one of the bio boxes, and then we can go ahead, retract the drawer, pull out the temp probe, poke where it was, try and get a sense of how that works, make sure that everything retracts correctly, and then potentially suction sampler for like maybe get a little sediment sample. Right?
Sure.
Ready? Arms coming
Sounds
live.
good.
Arms live. Coming out.
What grip force are you in?
I believe it's 5, 7.
When we were on deck, it wouldn't move past 3. Try a 2 and see if it moves now that we're in the water.
Okay, grip force of 2. I am getting nothing.
Yeah, I might have to recalibrate it. So 3
Okay.
3 or 4, maybe.
I know 3 was very slow
Yeah.
yesterday. Okay, 3. I'm not getting anything. Let's go to 4.
I'll make a note of this.
Yep.
Yeah, add it. We'll add that to
Okay, this is
a
4.
task.
Grip force 4, nothing.
I'm not seeing anything on 4 either. Okay, let's go to 5. Coming out. 5. There we
There
go.
we go.
5 has something very slow compared to what it normally is, though.
Where does the scale go? It goes up to 10?
Yeah, 9 maybe.
9.
Yeah, it only goes up to 9 because we have a 0 involved. Alright, I'll leave it on 5 for now. I might try and feather. If you could do port bio boxes available.
Port bio box, copy.
Okay.
Should we do a zoom first?
Yeah, sure.
Actually, don't recognize it.
Lasers on. Video, if you wouldn't mind coming in for a zoom. Might be a Mountain Dew Sprite 7
7
Up.
Up.
There we go. Looks like an older model. Okay.
Those are 10 centimeter scaling lasers.
Yep. Excellent. Thank you, video. Actually, that might be... I'm sure it might be one of those...
Might be those new ones.
The new old ones where
Yeah, I
they
think
tried
it's
to
the
make it
new old ones.
the retro version.
It's
Alright.
got some things growing on it though.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and toss that in the bio box port side. Alright, full wide please video. We'll see if we can attempt to feather it and keep the can intact. Laser's coming off. Okay, arms coming live again. Okay, closing.
I'm definitely seeing that light though.
Yep. Okay. This is very conducive to feathering. Okay, you ready with the drawer?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
You want me to come out?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, that's quick. That's quick.
And follow me over with Mini, please.
Okay. Let me try to go a little slower so I don't pull the,
Can you follow me down with Mini?
just a sec. I have to disable this to be able to use that.
Yep. Alright, well you don't have to, no. Thank you.
Go ahead, watch lead. We were just doing our first practice sample since there were no rocks
Yeah.
around.
Do you want to go ahead and close that?
Yeah.
Sample box. Pins
Oh yeah, we can
retracted.
run that through.
Retract.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna try to come
Yeah.
in slow. Since we haven't. Come on. There we go. You want to be careful with that suction sampler.
Yeah. Let's, we can leave the suction sampler for now. Last time I was able to get it to go in just by shaking the vehicle a little bit. We want to go ahead and test the temp probe first though.
Okay, so you're ready for me to come back out, I guess?
Yeah, come
Okay, let me
partial.
just extend the pin. Oh,
there we go.
got it.
Seem to fix it.
Yep. Do you keep coming out all the way?
No, just yeah, a little bit further. Excuse me. And also the drawer is still the bio box cover is still.
I tried extending the pin back, retracting it, but I might not have gone.
Okay, that should be good. Okay, arms coming on. Coming out. Okay, I'm gonna
Watch lead nav.
brute force 7.
Yeah, I was going to put that as sample 01 B. There's a bunch of barnacles attached to it.
Okay. Grip is locked. I'm gonna pull this out a little bit. If you want to bring the drawer back in.
Coming in slowly. It's jumpy right there. It goes from not moving to really moving.
Okay,
I'll have to adjust that.
that's good.
Oh yeah, and we'll have to make sure the BioBox lids work too. Huh?
Yep.
Yep, I can come back out after this again.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to stow this. Alright, if you want to bring the mini Zeus up in front when you're ready, we'll go ahead and try and use the temp probe. We can look at the temperature change, right? If we look at our data view.
Yes.
Alright, so right now temp probe 1 is at 6.39 and the other is at, was 4. Those seem to have just adjusted.
Temp probe.
What are we reading for temperature? 4.2?
Yeah,
Which ones are done?
the CTDs are 4.28.
Okay, should be under NRV.
NRV, okay.
So Lars, how do the indicators work now that the drawer's back in?
So what we did last night is full max is 1 yellow mark that goes to the end of the closed drawer.
Okay.
So do not pull it out any further than the yellow mark. So I guess first thing will be full extend, and then we can kind of come back in and try and aim for something and,
Gotcha.
and poke it.
Wait, Lars, say that one more time. So we don't want to come out past the yellow?
So what you're looking at is the yellow tape. There's a yellow paint marker mark on the black cable that we do not want to extend past.
Gotcha.
So I will bring it out until we get to that point, and then maybe we can take a picture of it. To should be 5.5 feet of extension. There's the yellow mark.
Okay, it's
We
pretty
do not
clear.
want to go past that right here.
So probably to start probing, you should put it back in like
Exactly.
a foot. Yeah.
I'm going to
Let me
bring
just
it
get
in
a
a
picture real
little
quick.
bit. So just so that you all are aware, that mark at the back end of it is about 1/2 inch before max. So like if we just stop at the top, it should be about 1.5 inches, just in case we jerk a little bit over.
Oh, so that's like both the sleds are almost touching the end now.
They're getting close,
Okay, yeah.
but
Okay.
not actually physically
Gotcha.
touching.
So
It's about a 1/2 inch after that yellow mark
Okay.
before we're fully maxed out.
Yeah. So with the craft twitching, we definitely want to stay away from that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. All right, so that's full out. I'm gonna go ahead, index back in. I'm going to bring it in a little bit. Looks like the cable is getting pulled in. It's not getting pulled in.
It's going slowly.
It might be with the drawer in right now. We're at a tighter angle.
Would it help to bring the drawer out?
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah. Go ahead. Watch lead.
Coming out.
Just a little bit.
Stand by, watch lead. Watch lead.
Here we go.
You guys should talk
Come
about
on.
that off the comms.
There it is.
Copy. Yeah. So, but other samples are okay, right?
You guys should talk
Okay,
that
a
off
little
the comms so they can't be bled
Hold there.
through.
Holding. Oh, there you go. You got it.
Okay. What about a temp probe? Copy.
You want me to tilt Zeus down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we see a temperature change? Alright, proof of concept.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's get that started. Since we can't
Yep.
do a suction, let's just hold off on the suction.
Sure, if you could bring the drawer out just a little bit. Let's make sure that the that drawer had closed.
It looks like it's closed.
Okay.
The bio boxes are both
Yeah.
closed.
Sounds good. I will go ahead and stow. This cable should be... Looks a lot stiffer down here at depth. Maybe having the additional force of the bungee would have helped. There. Oh wait,
Did we just lose the?
I think we just lost the cable.
Yep.
Okay. If you want to bring the drawer all the way out.
Coming out.
Okay, 1 second. Let me. Okay, continue
Coming out.
further. Okay. Alright, now I know it's jumpy, but we're going to want to bring this in as carefully as possible.
Okay, ready to come in?
1 second. Let me just get the jaws off. Oh. Okay.
Is this something we might want to put in the sample box?
Potentially. I'm losing my depth, but I think got it there. Draw lock on. Okay, I don't think there's going to be enough force to hold it locked up there, so we might want to go ahead and put it in a sample box. Do you agree?
Yeah, the port rock.
Okay, yep. Okay, so I'll try and get it as close as here as possible. It will drip down. Jaws opening.
For this process, you want me to bring it in afterwards?
Yes, so if you want to bring in the drawer and then wing in so I can open up the port rock box.
Maybe just try winging in until you can reach it, just so the temp probe doesn't sag more, you know?
Okay.
Okay, so just come in inboard right now.
Yeah, go ahead and give it a try.
I want to make sure I'm not.
It should just like push up out of the way if it does run into it. Okay. And then
Okay.
if you could follow me with the mini, just lift it up a little bit. Should be able to get it from here. Slightly different angle. And if you could follow me back down. Okay, just coming back open. See if we can grab this guy again.
I won't move it while you're grabbing.
Okay, thank you. I think I might have to feather to get into this.
All right. Might have to wing out a little, just make sure it doesn't touch the shilling so the lid stays open. You know, get that out of the way.
Okay.
Yeah, wing.
Wing it out.
Yeah, and keep an eye on it with relative to the shilling. Oh, the shilling's pretty far away.
Yeah, I stowed it pretty far out there.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'll come back inboard.
1 second. Let me just get the lock on.
Yeah, and maybe try to pull as little of the cable out as possible.
Yeah.
Ready for me to come in?
Wait.
Okay.
Let me just make sure that temp probe's up above the. Okay. Now you can come in.
Coming in.
Alright. Let's go ahead and drop it right in here. Okay, opening draw. Okay. Alright, let me reach out and grab the rock box top. I just hit a max. Might be able to grab it from the bottom here.
I can retract the drawer a little bit to help you reach if you need it.
Sure.
Or what? Can you wing in a few inches?
Yeah.
I think I'm winged in all the way.
Oh, are you now? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm at the max on my.
Let me check the wing.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to try
Yeah,
to wing it.
I'm winged in all the way.
Okay.
Okay. If you draw in just slightly.
Yep.
Nice and easy though.
I will try. Come on.
Yep. Okay, just a little bit more.
Yep.
Okay, let's see. Okay. I think I'm pretty close.
I think you got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Stand by one.
I think one finger's underneath. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Would you like me to retract the drawer?
Let's.
Yeah.
Do we want to wing out first, or do we want to just leave it wing in?
I think retract the drawer, and then any extra slack you can wing out,
Okay.
Okay.
and then that'll retension it, you know?
Yeah.
Come on.
Okay.
Okay, that's
Nice. Let's bring the mini Zeus down so we can watch it as you.
I'll
as
let you
bring it
stow
in.
first, and then I'll go ahead and.
Okay.
Good
Arm
there?
is stowed. Yep.
Okay.
Crafts off.
Sample boxes, wing outboard. Here we go. It's nice and slow.
Yep.
That's not slow.
Alright. So that cable should be able to come out with it. Yeah, nice. Nice and easy.
Oh, it's starting to not move.
It's starting to what?
It was starting to pull out of the box a little.
Okay. I think you should be
Nope,
alright.
no, it's moving now.
Yeah. Oh,
No, we don't need a zoom. Roland.
Video, if you could leave the camera as is. Okay, nice and easy. You're pulling up a little bit slack from the bottom. Looks alright.
How's that? Because it's kind of between. You see where it is underneath the lip there?
Yeah.
It's not going to come. There. That's.
You don't want to come in a little bit more?
I'm going to try. I just want to do it nice and slow.
Yeah. I think it's just readjusting inside the box, but you should be alright. If we
Yep.
see that lid start lifting up, that's when we know that she's going to pop out, right? It's just readjusting.
And
I think we're fine.
There you go.
There we go.
Excellent. Nice work. Okay, so next thing is let's try and get up off the ground. We'll move the back of D2 a little bit, see if we can course the suction hose back in. If not, we might have to do what we did yesterday and bring the drawer out and back in. That should
We have to be
not.
careful with that.
Yeah, but nice and slow. But it shouldn't affect. Well, we just did all that much, right? Because it should be moving with the drawer.
Yeah. You
But-
might have to wing in a little to put a little slack as you draw out. 'Cause
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. But you want to try the wiggle first?
Wiggle first, and then we'll go. I'm gonna go ahead and come off the ground. Do you want to make notes while we're steady?
Yep.
All right.
Temp probe retractor. Will everybody know what that is?
The cable reel is what came undone.
Cable.
We also need to look at increasing the tension on the cable retractor bungee. I think with it being a little bit stiffer down here, the wire, the cable itself, I think it needs a little bit more tension.
Yeah, maybe we could reduce the max, the yellow tape, and add more tension to the bungee.
Yes.
Yeah. And then get some sort of metal clamp around so that
Wait.
single zip tie doesn't snap again.
Hold on. I can't write that fast.
Oh, it's okay. We'll know what to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
So that was just 2 zip ties that we had on the cable spool, right?
Yeah, which is what we had last year, I think. But
Yeah. All right. You comfortable, co-pilot?
Ready.
All right. I'm just gonna bring Minnie back to center. Gonna go ahead, come off bottom.
We can leave that screen up too right now if you want.
Yeah, I feel pretty safe. Ship hasn't moved. Taking back my rotator. Bring it down a little bit so we can see it. Okay, joy locks out. Coming off bottom slightly. We'll get about a meter or so off the ground. I might shake up some sediment here. Got a good view of me and Sirius. Alright. I'm just gonna start giving a little shake.
Well, I can come inboard and come out with the drawer just a little bit.
Oh, there
you
we
got
go.
it.
Nice. Good stuff. I think it was just getting stuck on that I-beam section.
Okay.
I need to
Perfect.
add a few more lines to that this evening.
okay. Well, that was a good test of our sampling equipment. We're getting it ready for the potential Azores cruise. Just need a few more refinements, and we'll test again tomorrow. But I think for today, we'll be done with the drawer and
Great.
those 2 sensors. And kind of, let's see, what time is it local now?
12 noon,
Wait, it's noon now? No.
I believe so.
Is it?
No, it's 11.
Oh, so yeah, it's 11.
So let's
we
see.
cross back over the time zone. Gotcha.
But we're staying on ship time, right? Ship time is 11,
Yeah.
right?
Ship time
Yes.
and Central Standard Time is 11:05.
Okay, so I was just looking at the Blueview manual subset recording. It allows you to control the range of pings you're exporting specified by a start and stop ping range
Okay.
into a separate SON file. This smaller file can then be loaded into ProViewer at a later date. This allows the user to edit a data set, minimizing the file size. So I guess,
So is it a matrix with ping distances, or?
I think the start and stop are times.
Okay.
I'm just gonna get lined up on north again.
Yeah,
Copilot.
that sounds
Yeah, I'll follow you around.
okay.
Is it like a JSON file? What does it output?
They're all .son.
That's okay.
Yeah. There's a record that is obvious because you actually click start and stop and that sets the time. But I don't know where you set these subset indicators.
Okay, you're lined up on north. Coming over.
So I have the Blueview ranged out to 70. We found before that, -5 was good for the tilt.
70 is good. 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 Yes. -5, and it's
But you're
at
at
like
-6.
-6.
Yeah, that's great. I thought it looked pretty good on the screen.
All right. And the next objective is just to try and find something of note for to record on the blue view.
Yeah, I'll keep. I understand everything except the subset part. We can always record a sound file. I just have to carefully hit start and stop without making it too large.
Okay.
What do you know the storage size of that drive? Is it pretty big?
Well, I can tell you that when you start a SON, it limits you at. Here, I'll try it now. It limits you at 500 megabytes.
So that'll probably be like not even a minute, huh?
Yeah, I just started. It's 10, 12 megabytes. Yeah.
So 50 seconds. Yeah, about a minute at a time, I bet.
And then if you don't want to save it, you just hit no.
Okay.
Yes, the subset thing might be for when you're replaying, you can tag how to cut out a smaller section. And then video, it takes it and saves the whole screen as an AVI, which is not what we want because that's pretty to look at.
Yeah.
And then the other option is a screenshot, obviously, for a quick pretty picture or reference. But we'll focus on.
If we have something nice and we're getting a subset and a recording, then it may be nice to get a picture of it as well.
Yeah, I think so. But also you can replay the SON in the same viewer later and take a picture. Yeah. So either way, I think we'll focus on just the record.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty much lined up on north here. If we want to get a small move in, we can start just mowing the lawn and see if there's anything that we can see out in the distance.
Want to do like 30 meters north?
Yeah, we can see 30 meters on the blue view here, pretty clear. It looks like similar terrain with these small mound features.
Okay. All right, I'll call that in.
Copy that. Thank you.
Bridge
Co-pilot,
nav.
you ready for that?
Hey, could I get a ship move? 30 meters, bearing 360, speed 0.2 knots.
Roger that. I have a move for 30 meters, bearing 360 degrees at a speed of 0.2 knots.
Good copy, Bridge. Oh, actually, co-pilot, while we're here, you want to take a quick peek straight behind you?
Oh, that's right.
Kind of the center of our last circle.
Okay, coming around. I want to just stay right where you are, co-pilot.
I won't move.
Copy. Alright, so this is just about looking back underneath Sirius. And up. See you.
What's our objective here?
Just to look underneath us. We did a full turn of like 360 around Sirius, but we never actually scanned underneath her. Alright. And coming back around.
Okay, the ship has started moving north. It'll probably take a few minutes for Sirius to feel that.
Sure. Ooh, here we go.
Oh, nice. Want to get some
video if you
images
wouldn't mind. Coming in on the whitefish. Jesus. Bathopathes.
I'm wondering if that's a cutthroat eel or what's known as a
Ooh.
Snaphobranchus, but I'm not quite
I
certain.
don't think I've
I
ever seen
know
this
it's
one
a
before.
fish.
It's an interesting.
Oh, my Googling tells me that it's not a Snaphobranchid. Don't know what that is. If anyone is on the call or in the science chat room, please let me know. Oh, Mike Vecchione says it's a holosaur.
Oh.
Thanks, Mike.
It's starting to get pretty high up there. Video.
Going for a full screen.
Copy. Let me know and I'll get some lasers on as well.
Can you tilt or let him drift down? There we go.
He's up in my lights at the moment.
Can try lasers. I don't know if laser's gonna work that high.
Yeah, laser is flickering in the bottom. Not a whole lot. Looks like Sirius is underway though. Laser's coming off. And we'll leave him. Okay. Coming down, heading back north, pushing out. Thank you, video.
Anytime.
Okay, well for our objectives, sampling biobox, rock box, suction sample, and temp probe. Biobox and rock boxes are functional as of today, and we will fine-tune suction and temp probe tonight. Try those again.
Sounds good.
For everyone tuning in at home, this is a great little system that you can use. If you check out stream 3 on the lower right-hand corner, you can see that blue view sonar being worked, and you can actually see it picking up a lot of these small burrowing mounds that are appearing in the sediment. So it's just one small way that the blue view system can really pick up things a lot further than what the light can actually
Go ahead,
penetrate.
Bridge.
And we're seeing that it is actually
Copy
picking
that,
up even
Bridge.
smaller object things rather than large object things like we're hopefully going to test later on today at a shipwreck dive.
Okay, pilot, do you want to purposely kind of stretch out east-west and then end up back north?
Sure.
I'll keep dropping targets, east-west to show the extent. I'm calling them BV for blue view.
Copy that.
And I'm still really seeing, things out to about, I see these mounds out to 50. It still kind of seems to be the limit. Maybe increase altitude just a touch for these scans.
Copy, coming up.
Should I follow you around?
I'm just gonna kind of push out here a little bit further.
Okay.
Notice that fish wasn't showing up on the scan.
Do
Co-pilot.
we want to go to full extent east or?
I'll measure 50 from where you are, so it's kind of up to you.
Okay.
Not if it's going to, take too much time and require moving Sirius and all. But
I'll just go to the east of Sirius's view and then the west of Sirius's view,
Okay.
so right there.
so you, aim to take this. And co-pilot, feel free to just tilt up and down a few degrees while we're out here. Make sure we're painting everything.
Okay.
Coming back a little.
Down to 15, going up.
You mind just
Oh, it
bringing
came down to
Sirius's
25.
head around? Sorry.
Sure.
Let's see my. There we go. That's fine.
That might have been too much.
Okay. Oh yeah, we tilt the.
Tilting up.
Yeah, maybe just.
Maybe
you know,
from
up-
like 5 to 10.
Yeah, just a little. I just want to make sure we don't miss things.
I'll go from 0 to 10.
Okay.
Here's 0.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Coming back around, start heading west.
Is that a sponge there?
Looks like it. One of those glass, wedding glass sponges, I think. They normally come in pairs though.
Pilot, this is Watch Lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
I was just wondering if you had time to answer a question from one of the chat rooms.
Sure, go ahead.
From Irvin Garrison, the question is, what is the cross-bottom velocity of the ROV when mowing the lawn, quote unquote?
It depends on the current. Depends on how much we move the ship. Generally, the reason that we do mow the lawn is so that we can use our multi-beam sonar to look out a little bit further ahead of us. If we're getting good data, we can move relatively quick. If we're trying to take a little bit more time to decipher the data coming in, we'll slow it down a little bit. And mainly it's a time for D2 to use effectively while Sirius is moving in regards to the ship. So when we call in a ship move, Sirius will respond at a delay depending on how deep we are. So today the delay isn't terrible, but when we start getting deeper down to 6,000 meters, we're rated to, it can get up to multiple minutes before Sirius starts feeling the move, which means that the pilot just has some more time to kind of run around on his or her leash, so to speak, while we're waiting for Sirius to catch up. So we try and cover as much ground as possible. I know that doesn't really nail down an answer for you, but it's anywhere from 0 to 0.3 knots, I would say, depending on the conditions. Right now we're going about probably half a knot.
Great. Great, thank you so much.
Sorry, half a tenth of a knot.
Awesome, thank you.
Oh, that reminds me. I do need to do some more testing. For the fins, we have to figure out which value corresponds to which column as far as X, Y, and Z. So
Okay. We'll keep doing little ship moves. So pilot, once you've stretched out to the west, I'll then call another ship move.
Sounds good.
And yeah, actually, after you stretch out and start returning, I'm going to shut down Blue View and just try replaying one of the old files, just make sure, replay the one I just recorded.
Sounds good.
Make sure I understand all that.
We'll probably call this the extent westward.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and start turning around when you're ready.
So yeah, nothing out there.
Don't
Okay.
see anything.
All right, 50 meters.
Okay. You're good for me to start coming back?
Yeah.
All right, coming back.
And then yeah, you can get back north and we'll call another move.
Sure.
Okay, closing blue view.
Which screen shows the fins readings, or is it only over there on HiPAC?
I've only looked at them on HiPAC, never through the GUI.
Okay.
Is there or do they show up on the D2 sensors page? I know there's a, status OK light and all that.
You
Oh,
could
yes.
also probably
Yep,
like
that's where it is.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so what I'll want to do at some point that we have a moment is basically accelerate in different directions. So, like port, starboard, forward, aft, but at a given time so that I can record the time roughly and I can look in my logs and then correspond those movements to data that we're recording.
So,
And I'll also need to do a quick turn and change depth, like go up and down. So those are my main ones.
Okay, let me know when you want to do that. I'm going to be doing a turn here to port in a second.
Okay, yeah, we'll give it a couple seconds of not doing anything before we start it so that I can see some change in the
so
data.
Let me get lined up on north and center with you, and then I'll hold station for a second.
So just when I double click, the SON file opens BlueView as a viewer of it, and that is when you can take a subset. It has little markers here, see,
Oh, nice.
Okay,
to the time. So then if I hit subset, it'll clip that out just to make a smaller file.
very nice.
That's easy.
Go ahead, workshop.
Potential line lower left of center, but it looks like it's only a meter and a half long.
Can we get an estimated range to target?
Sorry, video, I missed what you said.
I was asking if
ahead,
mapping
zoom in.
had a range to target.
Is that biological? It looks like one of those tongues.
Hi, sorry, what was the question?
Really?
Approximately how far are we from the shipwreck site?
So for the actual shipwreck,
I heard you
the
say compass and
estimated
fins are both on?
location, we have, based off the coordinate systems that we were given for this actual shipwreck, we estimated to be to land the
Andy's
ROVs
just
approximately
recording
100
values from the
meters
GUI
away
as
from the
Lars goes
shipwreck.
left and
Now,
right.
again, there are uncertainties on whether or
Sorry,
not
say
we'll
that again?
actually find it or not,
I'm talking
but
to workshop,
the
sorry.
current estimate is that we're at about 100 meters, give or take a few, from the actual shipwreck
no, I
dive
think
site.
he's just looking at the X, Y, Z axes to make sure he knows them.
Yeah, I don't think I have the workshop, but Bobby, if you can hear me, yeah, I'm just trying to get some values so I can correspond them to the headers that I have in the files. So even if both are on,
What's
even if
the
they're not
estimated
accurate,
timing?
this is the data getting recorded. So that's I just need to do
That
that.
is still not entirely certain. We're looking probably past noon, maybe 12:30, starting to head towards the
okay.
dive site. The beginning portions of this dive was dedicated to more engineering checklists and focused on what is going on. So just to make sure that the ROVs are up to par
Come
and all
back in on
the
this video.
equipment is running and functioning
copy that.
well.
Based off of like the markings
So
in the sand.
as soon as all those
I think
checklists are
it's-
done, we will be
think it's
heading
one of those
towards that
tongues.
shipwreck.
Another view of it.
Yeah, if you want to come back in. You know what I'm talking about? The ones that like come out of that center hole
I
right
do,
there?
and I think you are correct now that I
Okay.
see the mound.
Yeah. I think it's just fully extended.
Yeah,
But
that's-
normally those like reach
the-
out. Yeah, there we go. And then pulls the sediment back in. so
That is
fascinating.
cool. Yeah. But after this, I'll get you to do some movements if you're
Yeah,
cool, and I'm going to
sure.
record the time that we start.
That is quite long. And you can see the previous trails that it's made before.
All right. I think I'm comfortable with all the blue view settings.
Okay. Lars, let me know when you're ready.
Sure. Let me just, sorry. Still a little curious on how it actually, alright. Okay, video. We can come out. Alright. Co-pilot, what would you like me to do?
Okay, give it a turn to starboard quickly. You can stop. Don't go past 90. Like, hopefully I'll have it by then, but
Copy.
as quick as you can.
Alright. Coming to starboard 90. Quick. Stopping. A little bit back to port so I don't go over.
10. Okay, that was 10. And that
Okay.
was at 1728.
Coming back to center.
40-ish. Okay, now let's get a lateral, once you're back in
Yep.
center, and stop for a little bit. The next move will be a lateral to starboard
Lateral to
as
starboard.
quick as you can. And give me maybe 3-4 seconds of that if you can.
Copy. Okay. Just be advised the port rock box lid came
For
up.
everyone's awareness, that organism we
so
saw
we just
earlier,
need-
Oh,
Mike
maybe we can go.
Vecchio,
You know what? Let's go to.
identified
you
it
wanna go to
as a
port?
Port, yep.
spoonworm.
I'm just
Avirian.
gonna come to starboard a
I
little
think
bit so I have
it's
some running
pronounced.
room.
Yep.
Avorian.
29,
Spoonworm.
30.
Okay.
Uh,
Let's settle out.
yep. Let me know before you're about to do it.
Okay. Coming port hard. 3,
43.
2, now. Going over. Okay, nice, closed. And
It's still going?
stopping.
Okay.
Stop there.
Okay, and if you can come up maybe a couple meters, like quickly. Not yet, not yet. But your next move will be up 3 meters,
Okay.
and quickly.
Quickly. Copy.
Yep.
I might go off your screen a little bit, so you might want to raise up Sirius camera a tad. I'm coming back to get in a little more view. Okay.
Okay.
You ready?
Yep.
All right, coming up 3 meters quick. 3, 2, going up. That's 4. And
Okay.
stop.
That's good. Thank you.
Okay. If you're good, I'm going to start coming back down.
Yep.
Okay, come down slow.
May
Don't
want
wanna
to pick a new landing spot.
Yep. I got a little bit of mud.
Are you two ready for a ship move north?
Yes.
I think so.
All right, we'll do 40 meters due north.
Okay, coming back to port. Sorry, starboard.
Bridge nav. Yeah, can we have a ship move? 40 meters, bearing 360 degrees, speed 0.2 knots.
Come back down. Current should be pushing it northwest. Slightly.
Yes, due north. Good copy, Bridge. Yeah, I thought 40 meters was good since we can, see out 50.
Yep, I agree.
That's all the movements I needed for right now.
Okay.
I'm going to work with that tonight.
Copy that. Ooh, shrimp.
So I heard Bobby in the workshop asking which compass is taking priority. Is the fins reading exactly what's displayed here?
Oh,
Like the 81.4? Well, it's changing, but
Sorry.
I mean, that's what I'm. So I'm seeing in the fins sensor page
Yeah.
with the heading up here. Is that what you're asking is matching?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And both of them are on right now, right? Compass
Yeah,
and
they
fins.
should both be on.
Yep. Okay. So fins is taking priority as it should.
Pilot, are you, oh, you're heading back to center now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry.
The ship's only gone about
Few meters.
12, yeah, but Cirrus probably hasn't really started yet.
Copy.
Hey, Nav, the fin system.
Yes.
I assume that in the manual there's a coordinate system that they show you, and that we installed it based on that coordinate system.
Yeah, it has the plates have pins and
Okay.
it has etchings on the outside and all that. Yeah.
Okay. Then maybe I can get with you later tonight, and we can look at that just so I have my X's correlated and Y's.
Yeah, there's a nice paper manual here that we
Okay.
can bring down, and there's definitely, I remember, you know, it's titanium. There's a nice etching that.
Oh, perfect.
You know, it's like this is forward. So if you want to, you know, double check that.
Yeah,
Yep,
and
yep.
there's only one way to put it on to install it, so it has to be.
So
oriented
that'd
that
be
way.
good to know.
Yeah. Okay, so we completed, did some sampling attempts. And Andy has his values for the fins. We're holding off DVL until tomorrow and autos until tomorrow.
Copy that.
So and I'll check with Workshop too. Workshop, you there?
Hello, navigator.
Hello, Workshop. We've completed most of our objectives for the morning. Wondering if we should officially switch over to UCH.
Let's do it.
Okay. Pilot and co-pilot, you good with that?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Bobby agrees. Thinks we should do it.
All right. We have electrical, mechanical, and data teams all in agreement.
So's video.
I assume video is in agreement.
Alright, I'm gonna start coming over back to east. Ooh, actually. I'll do a quick snap here video. I believe it's a sea. Oh, there's a fish. Never mind. Another one of those halosaurs.
So video, this is Nav. Yeah, as we move into the UCH, should we be talking all on RV or OKEX? Okay, I'll get on OKEX for a minute just to kind of let them know our plan. Then I'll go back to EXRV.
I'll switch over. Alright, pilot's on EXRV off of OKEX.
Watch lead nav.
Did I lose you on? Do you mind coming back to north?
Yeah. I think I'm getting pulled a little bit.
Yeah, I'll come in.
Hey, watch lead. I guess you're on survey 1.
I might be.
I see your light bulb.
Yeah, I need to just push
Yeah, I
forward,
think-
I think. It's really,
And I got you in the fisheye. I can't get over there right now.
Yep.
There we go. Now I can turn.
alright, there we go. Okay.
Survey 1, do you hear nav? I hear you now, yep. So we're going to switch over to UCH. I guess I'll just hop onto OKX and let them know our plan for finding the target. Okay. Go ahead, Bridge. Thank you, Bridge. Okay, pilot, the ship should stop in a moment. Whenever you're ready to kind of officially do your east-west moves, keep an eye on the blue view, and we'll just have co-pilot tilted up and down a hair when you get to the end, just to make sure we're not missing anything.
Copy that.
So just let me know when you're at your extent, and I'll drop the targets.
Understood.
I'll line back up on north as well for you.
Yep.
You want me to go back to 45-degree camera angle too?
Yes. Sorry,
Okay.
I thought you were at
I
45.
thought I was too. I think we moved it for something.
Right.
Oh yeah, for the Z test.
Gotcha. That's right.
Okay, for all the people
back
watching on
45.
shore, and particularly the archaeologists who have tuned in, this is Carl McCletchy, the ROV team lead. I'm currently sitting as navigator for another 20 minutes. We've completed our engineering objectives for the day, and as we've been doing that, we've also been moving along. We picked a bottom target that was, let's see, 350 meters below the best guess target for the wreck site.
To east.
And as we've been doing our tests, we've been slowly working our way north, and we've already scanned with the
If you
blue
wanna
view.
Scan co-pilot.
Am I not following you?
About
right?
150
No.
meters north, and we have
Scanning
a
now.
swath width of scan of about 160 meters. So that's the tether length plus the 50
Scanning
meters that the
down.
blue view can see. So we're working our way north.
I'll start turning.
Just did a ship move,
back
so we're
to
doing
north.
Back to
the
0.
east scan now. We're going to move back to the west, and we'll just keep hopping north. Currently, the ROV is
Swinging around.
190 meters from
The
the
tilt
best
down
target.
is very, very quick.
Does anyone back on shore have any input or advice as we search?
Shore side, can we get an audio check?
You're going to have a very low profile target. And the most prominent feature will probably be the box-like form of the tri-works, which is probably several feet by about 4 or 5, maybe 6 or 7 by about 3 or 4 feet, with 2 huge iron pots in it. That's going to be the most prominent feature sticking up, so it's going to be low and potentially in a little bit of a mound from the ballast.
Yeah, we saw that in some of the images. So that is that the tri-works is basically a big stove.
It is. The tri-works is where whale blubber was rendered into oil.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're pretty confident that our sonar will pick that up. If you look at the screen right now, it's picking up all these little mounds, bioturbation mounds, really out to 40. They start to fade out between 40 and 50 meters, but you can really see them. So we're pretty confident that metal stove that's 2 or 3 feet tall will just kind of pop out 40 to 50 meters away once we're within range.
Excellent. We very, very much appreciate this. This is a wonderful opportunity that we didn't think would be happening, and it's exciting, and our fingers are crossed. Thank you.
Oh yeah, yeah, ours too. Yeah, we'll be. We were looking for a UCH underwater cultural heritage target to test our blue view system. We're going to be recording some of the man-made objects there, and then trying to manipulate the data later to make some 3D renderings.
Whoop.
Okay, so pilot, let me know when you get to the extent so I can drop the target.
Yeah, I'm there now.
This
Okay.
is an extent and it's been scanned.
Okay, and you were looking due west there?
That was due west, yeah.
Okay.
Starting to come back around. And that ship move is complete.
Yeah, it's complete now. Let's take a look at Sirius and see if it stopped moving.
I think I'm starting to tug on you again. If we could get another move in if that hasn't stopped.
Oh yeah, where are you?
I'm just
Oh,
there.
you're-
He's right there.
Yeah.
I'm just
All right.
being
Oh,
pulled
we're
a little
starting
bit.
to see some biology in this area, and as we're moving towards the general direction of the shipwreck, and that is site 15563. Looking forward to it. Hopefully, we'll arrive and be able to get some great imagery.
That was also a good test, thank you.
Okay, yeah,
Roger that.
once you're settled up and we're facing north and we're confident that Sirius is settled out, we'll call on the next move.
Copy that.
And I'll go back to EXRV while I'm talking to you guys.
Alright, coming back to north again. Centered up. You feel confident that Sirius has stopped?
Yes. I'm going up here to be moving.
Copy that. I think we're ready for the next move.
Okay, we'll do another 40.
Yep.
So
How far off are we from?
well, I'll call it in, then I'll give you guys a tour.
That's good.
Bridge nav. Yeah, could we have another ship move 40 meters, bearing due north, 360 degrees, speed 0.2 knots. Good copy, Bridge. Copilot, can you center up the left-right on Mini?
Yes.
I know it's touchy to, when you go up and down, it always moves left-right, but. Thanks. Yeah, that was just a slight change, but. So you just tilt up a couple degrees and back down?
Yes.
I just want to.
Coming up. The movement is very quick on the camera
Yeah.
after you hit a certain spot.
Yeah, the bioturbation is very clear out to 40. Yeah, it starts to fade towards 50. But
Okay, that's a positive 5 there. And I'll go back to negative 5. That's negative 5. And that's negative 10. Right there.
yeah, so definitely not negative 10. I think,
So maybe negative 5 to 5.
yeah.
Or even maybe less. Maybe 2 to 2.
Yeah, that -5 right there really seems to be the best. What we
Okay.
decided before, yeah.
That's about a -3. There we go, -5.
Okay, so the ship's moving now. Once it stops, we'll do our east-west scans.
I was already starting with one.
Okay.
I'm just going to be mowing back and forth as the ship's moving.
Gotcha, okay. So yeah, we're 185 from the expected.
Okay.
But you've looked, you've looked about 170 so
Coming
far.
to
So
the east again. You want to drop a target.
Yeah.
Copilot, if you want to scan, gonna start coming back around. I'm not sure. I mean, if you guys have found a sweet spot, then
yeah, I don't know.
hold
I just
it.
don't want to leave it someplace for hours and then find out later that.
Yeah, we missed.
But
okay, come back around.
so since we hadn't really moved there, you were only like 15 meters north of the last one. But that's okay.
Yep. I just figured keep moving rather than sitting
Yeah.
sedentary.
We'll call on the next ship move faster.
Sounds good. Can probably start calling in as soon as I get to the western reach.
Yeah. Well,
I can adjust because I was tugging at the tether
Yeah.
on that last one.
okay. Might be good to increase delta a couple meters while you're kind of doing these underneath and port starboard moves.
Okay.
So the tether's pretty active.
That 17 looks good.
Keep it here at 17.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Can we snap on that light object as we go by?
Sure.
It looks man-made.
Do you want to do a quick zoom? I think it was a sponge, but I could be mistaken. Ooh, that looks like a bottle of some sort.
Looks to be plastic. Okay, let me know when you're at your far extent.
Yep.
Pushing past the skids.
Copy.
I'm overtaking you slowly.
Yep. Okay, I'm at far extent of west nav. Gonna start coming around when you're ready.
Let me just do a quick tilt. Okay.
Starting to come around.
Okay, I got that one. Thank you.
And heading back eastward. Alright, nav coming to the extent of eastward on this one.
Okay.
You
And
want to mark it.
yeah, or make sure you're headed due east so I can, extrapolate there.
Copy. Due east.
I think you're also gaining some elevation.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bridge.
I'm gonna start coming
Copy,
around.
Bridge. Thank you.
Nav.
Yep. Great. All right. I should say, pilot, if you're not, due east or west, let me know,
Alright.
and I'll just, extrapolate forward at the heading, so don't leave any gaps. Okay, are you doing north or west now?
I was just going back to
center?
west.
Oh, to west. Okay.
I figured we'd just keep
We can do
heading
it.
back and forth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as
Unless we
you're
wanna-
carefully looking north as you pass through it.
I'm looking north on the sonar, or on the multi-beam. Alright, I guess I could pan north. No.
Yeah, north is most likely.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's north.
Okay.
Come back.
I'm gonna paint it real quick.
Okay, and we'll go back. There. Rotate.
Another man-made object.
You want to do a quick snap? Target this white thing. That's isopod.
Yep, isopod.
Okay, full wide, thank you.
Okay, I can call the next move as you look west here. We've
Yep.
got it's a good opportunity. We haven't covered this area. Bridge, nav. Yeah, could I get a ship move, please? 40 meters, bearing 352 degrees, speed 0.2 knots. Good copy, Bridge. Yeah, still just bioturbation on the sonar.
Okay. Looking west here. You want to go ahead and put a mark
Great, I got it, thank you.
and come back.
Okay, and as you're doing that, the ship got underway. So Sears should be moving soon.
Looking just about north from the west side.
Okay, and the target's now bearing 352, which happens to be Sears heading.
Copy.
The expected target range is now 130 meters.
130. Copy. Just so you're aware, I've had to increase Z bias to about 26.5 now. So it's back up where it was yesterday.
Gotcha. Are you in your flying manually?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. That's a good trick, just using the shadows for your altitude.
Yep. Yeah, all autos are off at the moment. They have been off pretty much since I've...
Nice.
Okay, starting to get to the extent. Looking east now.
Okay.
You got a point?
Yeah. And sonar looks clear.
Coming back. So I guess, do we want to look east or 90 degrees from direction of travel? We're at, what, like 352 now?
We could still stick with east-west.
Just to keep it simple.
Yeah, that would get complicated.
Come back around.
You here?
Yeah, it looks like the ship's about halfway through its move, so we're moving north.
Copy that. Okay, getting towards the western.
Okay.
Then I am looking west now.
Great. Sonar looks clear.
Coming back around. to 20, 30, 40, 52, looks clear, and back eastward.
Yes, we've scanned it about 224 meter by 150 meters rectangle, and ROV is about 120 meters from expected target. Go ahead, Bridge. Copy that, Bridge.
Yeah, we can slow it down. We talked about doing
Okay, getting to the extent of the eastern, coming over a little bit. I don't want to come too far over. Looking east. Now, right there. You got it? Alright, come back.
Check current range to the coordinates.
Current range to the coordinates is 100 meters. We're doing 40-meter moves here, so just one or two more moves will be where, you know, most likely expect it.
Roger that. Thank you. As we make our way towards the target, perhaps we should talk a little bit about why, if this is a whaler, this is important.
Hello,
Hey,
pilot.
pilot.
Hey, guys. The request from Nav here is that your first move is head west
Wheeling
and
was
stretch
America's
out
first
Copy
global
that.
industry,
so that you can
spanning
fill this gap
pre-revolutionary
here. I
times
don't
to
know why
the end of the
this turned so far away
19th
from
century and the 20th.
so that you can fill this
Whale
kind of
oil
area over
lit
here.
street lamps in American cities. Whale trading
Also, I think it'd
supported
be
women's
worthwhile to
skirts
cycle
in the
power to
19th
Tasman.
century. And
and
whaling
see if we
in the
can
true life
get it
tale of the
back.
wreck of the whaler Essex inspired American
Co-pilot's doing that for you.
Moby Dick.
I stopped once I saw
Inland
pilot
communities,
working on it.
island communities, particularly Nantucket, became
Sorry
known
about
around
that,
the world.
pilot.
And whalers
finger
took the
jumped too
American
quick.
flag to the South Atlantic, the Pacific, the Arctic.
All right, should I come
Last
about
one is
to
the story that we're now
270 then?
looking at, which is very whaling off America's own shores, especially
Ship
in the
is
Gulf of
stopped.
Mexico. Recent
All right,
research
pilot, I'm
suggests that as
slowly
many
gonna
as
rotate to
214 whalers
270.
worked in the Gulf from 1788
And when
to
you are,
1878.
Comfortable.
And what we're about
I'd
to
like to
dive
switch
on,
your page real
hopefully,
quick to power
is
Go for it.
and
a
just see
wreck
ground
encountered by
faults.
CNC Technologies in 2011 and reported to BOEM that has some distinct archaeological characteristics of a whaler of the first half of the 19th century.
And back to the
Specifically,
Austria.
this highly diagnostic try-works we've talked about, which rendered whale fat into oil, and anchors of a style that speaks to that first part of the 19th century. This all suggests that that a whaling vessel, but we don't have that much data. There's
Okay,
some
pilot,
very
that's
good
270.
data that was captured in 2017, again by CNC, which used a Huguenet UV with mounted cameras and passed over it.
Overshot a
But
little bit coming back.
We needed more data. And so today's dive, this opportunity provided by NOAA to use Okeanos Explorer in the systems is much appreciated. So if this wreck is a whaler, it's going to be a significant find because most Americans, most people really don't know about whaling in the Gulf of Mexico, its importance to American history and overall American economy. And with that, it's a reminder that in our own backyards, even miles out to sea in the Gulf of Mexico, sometimes amazing discoveries can be made. So as we get closer, we're hoping to see target 15563, which, when observed in 2017, as well as earlier in 2011, is a small mound of ballast.
Either of you know
some
why
bricks,
we're set to
dry work,
70 meters? Were we just not
bottle.
seeing anything beyond
It's
on the multi-beam?
sense of maybe some structure.
Lars told me that
And,
they don't believe
two
anything
eggs,
beyond
one
about
of them
50 or
broken.
60.
So that's all
I
we
asked
know
them
for
if they
now.
had tried coming off bottom a
We're
little bit and
waiting
doing some
with
stands
anticipation
up
as
and
we get
down with
closer
the
and closer to
I think
coordinates.
that'd be a
and
good
they-
idea.
We're in
They
the
said they
right
hadn't.
depth for
that'd
what
be a
was
good
recorded
idea.
for that target
think
back
we
in
should at least-
2011 and
yeah,
At
2017.
least
that
the
or-
ends of
And
travel.
with the
And
ROV
some up
moving
and down
forward,
Yeah.
stand
tilting.
by for what we hope will be
Yeah,
that
Andy,
moment
if you
of
want to drive
rediscovery.
the Blue View Minis, that's the end of my tether right
Yeah,
there, guys.
so that's good.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much. We are really
I'm getting
excited
tugged a
here
little
on the
south,
ship to
so
be
that's why you're kinda
coming up,
going off
hopefully
the
on
screen
this
a little
wreck
bit.
soon. We just
You
went
wanna
through a
bump the ship
pilot
a little north?
change, so that's
you want me
like
to
an
push
overall
out, I'll
shift
need a
change.
little
So
more
that's why
tether.
you generally see on the videos right now a bit of stationary movement from, or rather
No,
the lack
not
thereof
west.
movement
Carl
from
wanted us to
D2.
continue
The new pilots are getting
on our
settled
old
in, and
path,
hopefully
which
we'll be
was
traversing
360.
towards our way to that shipwreck of
excuse me,
Site
3
15563.
350.
Thank you so much for that
Few meters.
background.
Okay.
And it's
You
really
wanna
interesting
do
to
a
be able to
scan?
see that
Not
not
yet. At this
only
heading, I'm just going to go a couple meters off
could there
bottom
be some
and
Why
archaeological
don't you scan the minis?
history
Just look
right
out
in
this
our own
direction.
backyards
Copy
per se,
that.
right so near close to shore,
Yeah, so you
but
would
also the
come
fact that
after this, you
so
would come
many of
starboard
these artifacts can be so
and,
well preserved despite
moving that
you know
general 350,
hundreds
at which point I'll
potentially
get a
of
ship move
years
We're doing this, right?
Yeah, you can kinda
underwater
see the
and
squiggles they were
potentially
doing. Yeah.
biodegradation
He's having me
and all the
put 50
sediment that
meter
accumulates
swaths
over it and
or
around it.
markers so that we can get
Is
our
there
swath
anything
of
to
blue
say
view.
about the overall integrity of how these ships overall degrade over time,
If you're good, I'm gonna
or
face north in this
you know, are we
position.
more likely to find
I can face north.
certain
Want me to go ahead and
shipwrecks
do that now?
that had
Let me
certain
stay
types
where you are
of
so you
wood,
can watch me.
or you know, now modern day there's
And I'm gonna get
steel
the
and,
ship moving.
all
Nice
of
and
the
slow,
other
40
kinds of
meters.
materials that are used. But in the history, wood and everything tends to be quite
Does that
easily
work for you, Todd?
biodegradable. So
Sure thing.
how is it that these ships are able to
facing
stay
view.
as well
Charlie,
preserved
yeah.
as they
Off the
are
bottom.
on occasion when
I'm
we
gonna
do
a
find them?
multi-beam scan
Yes,
and then I'll come
ship
back to
move,
bottom.
please.
Copy.
40 meters at 350 at 0.2.
Okay, I'm going to
That's a
slowly
good
scan up
question
and
for our
down.
colleagues at the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to answer. Anybody care to take a shot?
That's correct. Good copy. Thank you.
You can hear me well, right, pilot?
I can hear you well.
Okay,
Yes.
I don't have very much
Hey,
side
this is
tone.
Melanie. I'd say a lot of
But
the
this volume
preservation
is good,
potential has quite a bit to do with sedimentation and how well the shrimp is buried into the
Okay,
seafloor
I'm gonna
itself.
reapply
As you
bottom
know,
as you
anything buried
continue to
tends to be well
scan the
protected.
multibeam.
Copy.
Unfortunately, in this location, so far offshore in such deep waters, the sedimentation rate is actually pretty low.
Yeah. Coming
So
off bottom,
unless
we're
the
not
bottom
really
of the hull
getting much out
settles
of the
down
long
into the
range.
soft, mucky
Yeah, I
sediment,
agree.
much of the upper structure is going to be gone. And many of these
I was
sites that
told
have
the
copper sheets on
sweet
the
spot
outside,
was
the
minus
overall
5.5
shape
to
of the hull is very
5.5
well
on the
preserved, but the wood itself
pan and
tends
tilt,
not
the
to
tilt
be.
of the pan and
So
tilt.
we're just going to have to see
As
what
far
we
as
get
looking
when
at
we
the
get out
bottom of the
there.
blue view.
So, what does that mean? More or less level? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, pretty much
For the
level.
tilt?
Yep.
Okay.
The copper sheathing, of course, was applied as an anti-fouling mechanism to prevent
Is that something?
growth on the ship hulls, which will
Let me
naturally slow
do a
them
little
down in
wiggle on the
sailing.
heading.
So
See what.
they continue to serve that similar purpose by prohibiting organisms from attaching to the lower part of the
Out to
hull where
about
the
50
sheathing
meters. It's
still
a pretty
exists.
decent image of the bottom.
It appears that's where they got their 50
This
meter, I
might be a
guess.
good opportunity as well for
request from-
folks at home to explain a bit about
'Cause I'm
who
with you,
you
we're
are,
not
what
really
you
seeing
do, and
anything
why you are
beyond
so
that.
important to America's cultural
Coming off bottom
resources
to
and
improve the
America's economy out there in
distance.
the Gulf.
view of the bottom either. Maybe if there was something big out there. But all these little lumps appear.
During the
The roadies was more
shakedown, I think
pronounced.
when we did a UCH, it happened just as you said. You know, we'd have
But
nothing,
I'll let
but then
somebody else take
100
that
meters
since
out,
I'm
there
now
was a real
retired
hard
and no
return.
longer important to
You know,
anybody.
a prominent feature that shows up even though the bottom does not weigh
Sir.
that far out.
Yeah.
B,
It looks
maybe?
like the ship might be moving.
Ship is moving.
Okay, I'll slowly start moving north.
Copy. So
And,
I'm still I'm still headed west. Should I bring Sirius
Step
heading
away for a
north?
second.
Probably
Jen,
just
could
keep
you
watching
repeat
me,
that?
right?
Copy.
Isn't this what we're doing? I stay on the western border, go north, and then go back
Yeah.
to the east?
I don't know if
It
it
would
has to
be
be
awesome
quite
to
sharp
hear a little
corners
bit,
like that.
share with folks
Be a
who
little
maybe
more
have not heard before
swervy.
about what foam is,
A
what
little more
you do,
S-turns.
and why what you do is so important for America.
I'll start moving northeast then.
I think
Okay,
it's more of
thanks,
a
Jim.
mow the lawn and
This
get
is
to
Melanie
extents
Moore
on
with the
both
Bureau of Ocean
sides.
Energy Management, and I'm a marine archaeologist
So
and the
more of a
Environmental
rounded,
Studies Coordinator for Bone's Gulf of
Yep.
Mexico
Rounded
region.
corners.
Just
We are a
constant back and
regulatory
forth.
agency within the Department
That
of the
last one was
Interior,
just
and
there was
we
a
are
gap, so
responsible
Carl
for
wanted to make sure we started
offshore
going
oil and
west.
gas, marine minerals, and renewable energy development in federal
Maybe
waters.
if you just want to
Our
keep me squared up,
jurisdiction
that might.
extends from state waters out
Copy.
to
And
the
then as I
exclusive
get at
economic
the end of
zone,
my
or about
tether, you can,
200 nautical miles
bark at me.
offshore.
Copy.
And the archaeologists are responsible for making
Yeah, right
sure
now I'm
that
looking at you at
the activities
3.5
that
on the
we
rotator,
oversee
so you're
do
pretty
not
far
impact
out.
submerged cultural resources such as historic shipwrecks, downed aircraft, and submerged pre-contact sites. So we have a great
I'm gonna hold
responsibility. There is no... these resources are 100% non-renewable. They do not go back once impacted. And part of our responsibility is to find these sites and document them for future generations. So we have quite a responsibility here, and we love sharing these discoveries with the public back on shore. So many of these sites are so far away, and if you've never seen a shipwreck before, these deep water sites are not exactly what you'd expect to see if you're diving in the Keys and seeing some of those sites. These sites offshore tend to be well preserved and include a lot of really cool artifacts that we don't get to see a lot of in shallow sites. So, welcome to the team, everyone, and I hope you get to enjoy what we're doing out here. Scott, you're welcome to add on if you like.
I think you did a great job, Melanie. One of the things that we've done recently is in partnership with some of this data that Okeanos Explorer has collected for us, we put together a virtual archaeology museum, a way to connect people with this data. A lot of times,
Okay, pilot, I'm going to
scientists
rotate
get
over to keep you in
exposed
view.
to incredible visuals, incredible imagery that's only available to a select few. And so what we tried to do is create a centralized location on Bone's
HiPAC has
website,
you 80 meters from
where
estimated
you
location.
could view,
Yeah, I don't think there's anything, definitely nothing within 30 meters.
where you could
I'd
view
say.
the video data and some of the snippets that Noah has put
the
together,
confidence level
as well
in
as
this
images and some
estimated point
annotations
is
within the 3D
Copy.
models that
not
we're able to
100%.
generate of these sites. And so it's been very successful, and in fact, I think it's made some people jealous that the BOEM Virtual Archaeology Museum is now getting more visitors than the homepage for the agency itself. And so we've been very proud of that. And we're also very happy that a lot of the work that's being done is made available not only to the public
rotate
widely,
down a
but
little bit,
to other
Pilot. Looks like
scientists
I'm getting a little closer
where
to
we're
you.
able to pool our information, our resources, and our time to really investigate these sites, not in 2 dimensions, but in 3, and over the course of years, without having to go through
Okay, I'm
hours
going
and
to
hours of
rotate a
video
little
data
bit
over and
to
over
the
again.
east, keep you in
That's
view.
been, I think, a significant value add, and I think we're going to attempt to do that same thing here on this site today, time permitting, of course.
A few more meters, and then I'll be at the end of my tether. Is the ship still moving?
Thanks, Scott.
Ship is still moving.
Just add a little bit further. This is Jim Delgado. I'm the Senior Vice President of Search Incorporated, but formerly now
It should
retired
be coming
from
to a
NOAA,
stop
where I
any
was
second.
Director of Maritime Heritage in the Office of National Marine Sanctuary. For the last 5 years since then, I've been working with Search, which is the largest cultural resources conference in the United States.
Thank you.
We work on land as well as in the water,
Move complete.
including shallow sites
Copy.
and up to deep water sites, as well as museum services, historical architecture, and a variety of other services. We work throughout the country, and we work internationally.
think
For me,
I'm
my
getting
favorite, of
tugged
course,
a
are
little
missions
bit.
like these.
Okay.
Not dissimilar from work I'd done previously, but this
I have
time
your
working
extent
again
marked.
with my former colleagues in terms of government service, but still my colleagues from archaeological times. This wreck came to our attention.
face
Thanks
north. Oh,
to
maybe
Jack,
not.
it's called Jack, from BOEM most recently, has come back to join us for this dive because as he's worked through the years, he's noticed a great number of these targets as they came to his desk as numbers were assigned, and with that has always sought opportunities to study
I
them
should get a
with
control
many of the other
for
folks
nav
on this
to
call and dive.
manipulate Mini Zeus
When
in this case to
He
kind of drive
saw
the...
a very distinctive-looking
Yeah.
artifact, and it sure looked like a whaling tri-works to him. He ultimately reached out, showed it to me and others,
I'm gonna
and
face
said,
north,
yep,
and we'll
it sure looks like
scan
one.
around.
And we've done a fair bit of research, again, with some other folks on the call.
I don't
and
know
we
if
have
it had any
suspicions
value coming off bottom,
about
do you
what
think?
this might be, other than a
I
whaling
didn't think
ship.
it
But we
did. I
really
think
need
we
a
really want
scientist
different
to
picture.
collect the data and learn more before we do that very difficult task known affectionately in some circles as pin the name on
Am
the
I
wreck.
pulling you?
But for what
Yeah, for
we
some
know,
reason
and what we know now, I
I
should
thought
say,
I saw some slack on it
we
before
think
when
we
I
really
thought
do
you
have
were.
an early 19th century whaling ship. So
You can look at your
why we're
auto
looking
head
at this
difference.
is
You're getting
because
tugged pretty
BOEM's
well.
responsibilities
Yeah, I'm coming back to
include
you.
not only keeping track of these things as they're found, but also determining which ones are important, particularly under federal law. The National Historic Preservation Act mandates that agencies have to take care of
I'm scanning
and
up and down.
protect
Yeah.
significant sites, particularly those that are eligible for or would be listed in the National
3.1.
Register of Historic Places. And
80
that's
meters
where
still.
we come in today. The search is currently working with the Bureau of
Okay,
Ocean Energy
I'm gonna start
Management
coming back west.
to conduct a comprehensive
You want to dial in the
rewrite
next move?
of
I'll
the
get it
maritime
going.
naval history of the Gulf of
Alrighty.
Mexico in the 19th century, as well as
Bridge,
a
are we
series of
now?
nominations for previously located sites.
Can we get another
that
move?
Most likely,
This time
could
20
likely would be
meters,
listed
bearing
in the National
350
Register.
at 0.2.
This site was added because, as a whaler, and perhaps is the only whaling wreck yet found in the Gulf, and indeed
Good copy.
one of the very first whaling
Thank you, Bridge.
shipwrecks found in deep water, it may have some very particular significance. And so with that, what we're going to be gathering today hopefully, in addition to the data, is a better understanding so that we can develop and write that nomination to the National Register, as well as hopefully share this story with more folks. The beauty of working with Okeanos Explorer, with NOAA, and with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration is that this data is archived, these videos are available, and with that we have opportunities to share this further in a variety of forums. And so with that, again, with anticipation, bated breath, we're waiting as we get closer and closer to what we hope will be the wreck of this whaling ship.
There's that. Okay, I'm going to rotate.
So on your
down
work
a
on
little bit,
that
pilot.
study, one of the
I'm gonna
things
pay
that
out
I
a
know
little bit.
searches
We've got
will
a
be
pretty
producing and that
good
we're all
delta
looking
right
forward to seeing is some short video documentaries about each of the sites and then an overall sort of history of 19th century sailing in the Gulf of Mexico. Have you guys at Search given any thought to what those might look like and the sort of stories you want to tell?
Rotating down, pilot. I'm at 6-0 right now.
Well, one of the other things that we do, and that I didn't mention, is that we have our own media department, and we have worked on documentary film. Search is the primary advisor to National Geographic for the In the Ocean series.
Okay,
and we've also worked on other television,
like
and
you're
we have an
starting
award-winning
to come underneath
cinematographer as part of the team, as well as others who have
Once I get out
experience
to
in
the
this. And
west,
so what we're hoping to
that'll
do,
give me a little extra
and the
leash.
plan actually, is in those 3-minute videos, is to provide not only a sense
rotating down to
of
keep you in view.
archaeology
Feel free to
and of
spin your head.
exploration and of discovery and documentation and science, but also the human stories behind these wrecks as best we can discern them.
Go ahead now.
An opportunity to share
just,
their connections to shore, to the broader patterns of history, but also
I was going to
wherever
sit in the back
we
row
can
to
draw
kind
a
of
closer
filter
connection
requests,
to
but
certain aspects.
Bobby has electrical work to do, so I'm going to sit
And
here.
if it is a whaler that comes from an area that we know of,
so once,
then the opportunity
we,
to tie
find
that
this,
specifically to a
you two are free
community,
to
perhaps
listen
even
to
to
OKEX
descendants, is
and
something
react
that
directly,
all,
or
I
have
think,
me,
is a powerful way
filter
by
requests,
which we
so
connect people
it's up to you.
to this type of heritage. And it's that kind of connection to heritage overall throughout the country
just keep me in the view.
that reminds
Copy,
us all
will do.
that no matter where we live, we most likely do have some powerful connection to sea. And perhaps through that, then more of an understanding of why that old house down the road or that grave in the cemetery or that anchor sitting by the side of the road
slowing
means far more than we might have originally thought.
Okay, so I'll drop you 50 meters to the west. Drop your target.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, and you mentioned graves, which I think is a great point that we need to mention that
interference there.
Most of the people in these sorts of wrecking events, of course, do not survive.
-2 to
And so
-7
we
or
really
something
make an
try
effort
to paint the bottom a little.
treat these sites with the utmost respect. And I think BOEM understands
some
that
interference
these
over
are
there.
unmarked burials in many cases. And we take extra care to make sure that, when we are presenting this information to the public and telling these stories, that we always present the loss of life
11
in
degrees
a
or
careful
so.
sort of way.
See how it kind of gets worse. Okay. No obvious
Go ahead, Bridge.
targets to the north.
Copy that.
I'll start coming back to the east. Northeast and then east.
Ab, what's our range to coordinates now?
Yeah, so you're currently just 60 meters from expected target. Copy that video. The ROV is about 60 meters from the expected target. We're just going to scan to the east to fill in that gap. Next scan maybe within sonar range, if that target is correct.
Jim, I know you've been looking at a lot of 19th century wrecks over the course of your career. Here in the Gulf of Mexico, what would a 19th century sailing ship look like, or what's the variation within them? How frequently, how many were there? You know, like, can you give a context to the site we're about to see, maybe? Not just in terms of whaling.
How's D2 feeling, pilot?
Ultimately, well, I should probably start by saying that we have
compared to Yogi,
experts who can also answer that, both in Jack Irene and with Amy Morgans from the Texas Historical Commission, who I know is on the dive. But just quickly and briefly, I'll say that the vessels that were engaged in the posting trades of New England were the first to really come into the Gulf. Ultimately, what would arise, particularly by the 19th century, is more of a Gulf-specific type of vessel, many of them schooners. And for the trade that was close to the coast, particularly with shallows, as you would find in and around Pascagoula or by Mobile, as well as coming into New Orleans through the river.
It looks like a pan creeped in there.
Shallower drafts.
Yeah, they always do. Yeah, you gotta
particularly if you're going to work
recenter
those inside waters. The vessels that we see generally were smaller in the early 19th century. We're talking about ships that in many cases were around or just below 100 feet in length. They had, particularly with the older ones, a little more carrying capacity. And some of the shipwrecks that we've seen that BOEM has documented, and a few that are in the
if you can head east and kind of fill in this hole.
To forms from the more full
north of it eventually.
Package that would carry large cargo, particularly bulk cargoes such as cotton, to sharper lined rigs and schooners, again, some of them very workable and common craft that were heavily engaged in the trade. Most of them were rigged more simply, while you had full, three-masted full-rigged vessels.
Yeah, the ship did stop.
Two-masted vessels were perhaps far more common. And in that, the brig rig, very common, with a bit of square there. That is a square rig with some fore and aft ability, as well as the schooner, which is completely fore and aft rig. Ultimately, steamers would begin Gulf, starting, really in the 1830s. And by the time of the Civil War, there were large numbers of those. In the later 19th century, ships are coming from around the world.
What do you think about the range?
Steamers, but this is also
I was calling it 50. I see the bioturbation clearly to 40, and then it kind of peters out between 40 and 50.
And that's as after the Civil War, most American ships
with it basically horizontal
really
to -5.
Get engaged in the trade. The American Merchant Marine went into decline, and American ship owners.
But I'm guessing since we see bioturbation mounts,
so it is a real battle.
we're going to see that
different types of vessels sitting down there. Much of what is seen, as some of you know, or on the dive, really is just the bottom of these vessels. But through that, we can begin to discern details, such as the fact that one of the wrecks that we've all worked on, the Monterey A vessel, is most likely a schooner, as well as some of the others.
I think
but
these
to that end, it's every little bit of evidence for all of you folks out there that are listening,
some of them are.
Not on the science team, that we're always looking for, and that a mission like this is so important.
Looks like there's a little bit of a deer in the...
Every little tiny bit of evidence ultimately gives us a better sense of this.
Like a blank spot,
otherwise what we're drawing on are an occasional painting.
The one on the brow really has that really distinctly.
This is how big it is and how much it would carry.
I kind of want to swap them in a couple days
until the age of photography, we don't have much that speaks to these vessels, which were as common in their time as the trucks that we see on the highways.
So I'll call that your trip to the east. That was good. Really far.
Amy, anything to add?
Hello, Jim. Honestly, you always say things with such eloquence.
Stretch
it's very
north,
hard
and if there's nothing,
to feel
we'll call
like
another
I can
move.
add to such a
Actually,
dialogue,
there's a pretty
I do think you've covered that pretty well in your overview.
Pop in a move.
Just in the Gulf of Mexico, entry into the ports here,
as I'm
sometimes
doing
a little
that, if you aim like
more
3,
challenging than
352 or whatever.
on the east side in New England. So there's a tendency overall to
Now
have
it's
sometimes
actually it's
shallower
330 for you.
draft vessels in the Gulf of Mexico. For the northern Gulf, it's conducting
Yeah, I don't
business.
see anything.
And then looking at the New Orleans enrollment registers, which is always a really good gauge for the kind of maritime traffic being
We'll do another
conducted.
20.
As New Orleans is in
20.
one of the major ports.
That's what Bobby
in
had
this
done last
area.
time.
You know,
Or we could do
thousands
30
of
if you want.
ships were engaged
We'll do 30.
in commercial trade.
There's nothing.
You know, in this
You're out
region,
there, and then there's just
and
sonar
so
waves.
even for Texas, for our database of historic wrecks, you know, we have almost 2,000
Sirius
shipwrecks
is so
listed, and
it's
that's coming
340
from
is Sirius to the
navigation
target.
charts and Coast Guard records and different wreck lists
340
and stuff
copy.
like that.
Yeah.
Want me
You
to
know, I
start
believe
cheating
if I'm
over that
remembering
way, pilot?
correctly, and I know
Okay.
other
Sure thing.
contributors on the call are aware of this too, or can
Bridge
add
nav.
this, but
Ooh, what's that?
in remembering the New Orleans
Fish.
enrollment registers, I thought that
there?
the schooner
Yeah, I
was
think there's a
actually the
fish.
prevalent vessel
Sorry, Bridge.
type.
Could we have a ship
especially in
move
the 19th
30
century
meters,
region. But
bearing
there's a huge
340 degrees?
variety of vessels, large and
Oh,
small.
that's a
that
target.
were conducting trade and other activities here.
65.
Hold that, Bridge.
Yeah, that's
And I guess
definitely a
not being
target.
made, but
in the
there's
nadir
naval
right now,
vessels as well. I mean, there's
336 at
quite a nice
65
assortment of
meters.
vessel types here in the
Okay,
Gulf.
so I
Yep.
can call the same 30-meter move. I was
I
340.
was curious
So
if
okay.
you could tell us
Okay.
how many
That's still
people
there.
worked
Bridge
on
nav.
board these vessels, and
Yeah, back with
also
you. We just paused to see a
who
sonar
they were
target,
and
so we'll
what
head
they
for
looked
it.
like and where they came
30 meters, bearing 340 degrees, speed
Well, you know, my
0.2
specialization
knots.
for some of that kind of information is usually more to do with sometimes with privateering and some of those activities.
copy,
But
Bridge.
again, and also too, my specializations are a little bit more focused on schooners. Like I know this is something that Jim can probably contribute to well, but if I'm remembering correctly, you know, and again, I'm trying to paraphrase research I haven't looked at in a while, but I think oftentimes more basic merchant sailing ships, especially smaller vessels like
Blueview's
schooners, could
so
have
nice that it
maybe, I don't
follows
know,
it.
3
You know,
to 5
it's always scanning.
crew. You know,
Not like
some of
the
the
Sea King.
information I've looked at
Yes,
are the.
that is a huge advantage.
So I'll go ahead and
So I'm
make
trying to
this
think of
move
the
to
letters.
east, but
Yeah,
we know where that was.
So I'm drawing a blank at the
Yeah.
moment just because
it was basically
I'm not
you know,
able
where
to
the target
concentrate as
is.
much today. I
Close.
apologize,
Yeah.
but it's one of those things that's on the tip of my tongue, so I'll fall back to it when I get to it. But you know, when you're looking at
So we saw it at
privateering,
about 65 meters.
Those
I think it was
vessels
65
often
meters,
had
yeah.
disproportionately
like
larger
335,
crews because
where
those were engaged
back when I saw
in
it.
capturing other vessels and then putting
So
crews on
maybe it'll
those
be
to
just
sail
west
them
of
back, so they could be
your
processed
waypoint.
Yeah,
through
I'm just noting that that's a good max range for the
admiralty
Blueview.
ports and whatnot. So I'm trying to think.
So I'm at
Yeah, but especially in the
335
Gulf,
right
like
now,
some of these
pilot.
crews were
Be
especially
advised.
international in character. Early 19th century, there was a lot
Push out to the
of
west just in case
U.S.
that was a
interest
total false.
in these
Yeah.
territories, the ones
Good
that were
idea.
not already U.S. territories at that time. And so you can just see a lot of crews in this region being made up
Kind of
of
hesitant to adjust the tilt
Frenchmen,
angle now that we
especially in the
had
privateering or
What are we
American,
at? We're at
Latin American
Minus
crews.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, we played with it for a
Latino,
while, and
Mexicano.
it seemed to really be
So,
minus
just a
5
little
on this flat bottom
diversity,
was good.
as you would
Or minus
expect
4.
in this
Is minus down
part of the
from
world. Part of the
horizontal
world.
or up?
There's
Yeah.
just a lot of territorial
First we tried
expansion
horizontal
here. And,
because it
there
seemed
was
an
a point
easy
in time
number to
in
remember,
the
but
19th century, for the first half of that
wasn't quite
19th
doing it.
century, that almost every major European
Yeah, it's pretty high up off the
power
bottom.
had
so,
some sort of naval presence in the
Makes
Gulf,
sense
just
to-
because
oh,
of
yeah, you
all
gotta
of
aim it down a little, yeah.
the
Otherwise you're
naval
looking out into
conflicts that were
space.
developing out of territorial expansion here.
But it's not really a rule, because if you have a bottom with a few degrees slope, then suddenly you gotta change it.
Range to coordinates.
Okay, how are we looking on the tether? Getting out there?
Yeah, it's getting stretched.
Okay, I'm going to start facing north again.
Okay, we're doing our sweep to the west with our sonar. Nothing out there. We're going to do a sweep to the north now. We think we see something to the north about 65 meters away on our sonar.
Carl, you want to drop target over to the
Yeah.
west?
Got it.
Roger that, and thank you. If further answer to that question, the average crew on many of these vessels will be anywhere from about 8 to 12 individuals, particularly for the smaller ones, schooners. You can even have a smaller crew, depending on what kind of trade you're engaged in.
Okay, I can try and
And
bump it a little bit now that we have it
but
in
you also
view.
don't want to overcrowd your vessel.
See if
When we're talking about a whaling ship, we're probably talking in excess of, well over.
Looks like a fish went by and stirred up the bottom a little,
depending on the
pilot.
size of the vessel. Generally, 16, 18 guys for a smaller whaler. And that's because, in addition to the crew that are handling sail, you have others whose specific job it is to go get that whale. They're going to be.
Are you guys listening to OKX?
There's the harpoon guy. There's the blacksmith who are repairing things. You've got the ship's carpenter. You have the officers. And so in that, you have
I'll do a little
larger
recording
crew,
of that
as
just to
Amy
demonstrate
pointed out,
farthest
because we also have
target.
privateers, and those privateers need to have those who will fight it, as well as those who will manage sail.
Right there. You can't really see it
The
until
other
you make
important
it
thing to
move.
remember is that their world was,
It's a
Amy
powerful
said,
technique
very
that,
diverse. And in the whaling
really helps pick
industry
it
in
out from the
particular,
noise.
what most people don't remember,
It's like in Pitch Black.
though scholars certainly called attention to it, is that the large numbers of
It's
African
not worth
Americans
recording. I don't think it would even capture
from
it.
New England states, as well as
It's getting brighter though.
Do we,
the Azores.
or is the ship still moving? Or should we
and
bump it up?
Cape Verde.
It's still
which were
finishing 30
heavily
meters
whaled
straight
grounds
at it.
with
So.
strong connections to
Sirius
coastal
will swing for a couple
Massachusetts,
minutes. So.
Spain, basically all of down east. When you consider that that diversity plays out on board these ships, you see the beginnings of communities that, as is the case
Yeah, what's
ashore,
the bearing? If you center up in Sirius,
are
what
working alongside
bearing
each other.
are you
They're
to towards
assessing each other
to the
for
sonar
who
target?
they are by the job they do, and what type of person
Center
they
up
are,
with D2,
as
you
opposed to
I mean,
what
if
they look like.
if D2 centers
And
up
that's
with
an
you, or
important message
let's see.
to
get
carry
the line, I
forward
mean.
into hey,
It's
the
right about
maritime
there.
world. Well,
Okay.
sailors could
010.
be prejudiced in their own
At,
way. Have
gotcha.
these guys living
55
alongside
meters.
each other, birthing alongside each other. And if you had strong
22.
feelings about working alongside or living with somebody, then you just simply weren't going to cut it, particularly in one of these whalers. The other thing to remember, too, is that many of the
55
African
meters.
Americans
Yeah.
who were engaged in the whaling trade had also intermarried with a number of
Isn't
the
it that
coast
now? It's
tribes.
like 45.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Narragansett and a number of other
Sooner, yeah.
people had
Copy, Bridge.
members of the tribal communities who were also black
It's starting to
and
take shape a little
heavily
bit. There's a V I
participated
saw
in the
right
whaling
there.
What's
trade.
the closest?
And when you consider a community
big
like
thing.
Westport,
Yeah.
Massachusetts,
That's
the
right
home
at the 50
of
meter
perhaps one of the
mark.
most famous
50
African
meter
American
mark,
whalers
010
and
for
mariners
122.
of the early
Yeah.
19th century,
Want
Paul
me to
Tuffy.
drive to it?
You
well,
really
we can get
begin to
Sirius.
see
I'll
just
drop a
how
target there, and we'll move
how much
Sirius
a
to
part
it.
of the community, how much a part of that history they were. And with that, an opportunity to assess not only diversity, but the complexity of the 19th century. And that, as we hear accounts of, and
So
as,
Sirius to the target is
currently working as part of search,
due
with
north.
Clotilda, the last vessel to bring people to America to
Could you
enslave them
move
in 1860.
30 meters due north?
Other African Americans were doing
that?
their bit
Sounds
Okay.
good,
to
co-pilot.
Yeah,
set
that'll get us
out
most of the way
and
there.
make a life on the sea and to create a different maritime
Just half the
tradition
way
than
there.
that which had brought their ancestors
See
to
if there's any
America
debris
in the hold of
before
the
it.
ship as captives.
All right, I'm
And
going
so
to cheat by
that,
heading a
that's
little
a
bit
powerful
closer to
story.
north,
A story of
pilot.
resilience, resistance, and perseverance. And
Sweeping.
who knows, perhaps,
Let's see. Yeah, look
whatever
at
this vessel may prove to be,
Bridge nav.
perhaps its own history reflects some of that.
Yeah, could I have a ship move 30 meters, bearing due north, 360 degrees, speed 0.2
The
knots.
documents I was thinking of, Jim, are the U.S. split records for consulates at foreign ports. And like the Republic of Texas was considered
Good copy,
a foreign
Bridge.
port. And what I thought was interesting
Okay,
was the
pilot, I
U.S.
can try recording
consulates
that
were really
nice
good
sweep you're doing.
with the records I've
Okay, tell me
reviewed were
when you're
down
ready.
here in the northern Gulf.
Okay, I'm ready to hit record.
Looking at
Okay.
the
Recording.
number of crew and then kind of the diversity. I think when they
Cool.
Oh, wow,
reported
that's a
the
nice
crews, they
bright.
kind of
Yeah.
quantified them as being American or
30 and 40
non-American
meters, it
crew. And so
really
those
pops
records
out.
are
Stop
kind
in
of
there.
unique.
I'm just going to
getting
save
a-
these with their
a more
timestamp.
detailed sense
Do you want me to
of
range in now to
the
like
number of men
50?
serving on these ships and
Sounds good,
sort of
co-pilot.
the makeup. And I don't think we've addressed this too much, but one of the things that I've always loved about these ships and this
we go.
work at sea per se
based
is
on the
how these
image, we would be coming in
vessels
on
sort
the
of served as a micro environment
with
as far as the
the
roles
anchor,
of
like the
individuals
anchor.
on
the bow, yeah.
watercraft. And so you'll have
Let's see. Chris put all the
someone who's
images in
essentially
here.
like the upper management, so to speak,
Yeah.
like a captain.
Oh no, these are upside
that
down.
can be sort of the equivalent of a
There's
of a
never any,
mayor or a governor.
georeferencing
You
of
see what I'm
these, so-
saying? And you can have a navigator, you can have a purser, you can have someone on board to repair the ship, a shipwright. And what's really fascinating for these well-preserved shipwrecks is that each of these roles has very specific material culture that's attached to it. And the more in-depth and undisturbed a shipwreck is, the more you can
Okay,
actually
so this
tease
multi-beam
out
that they gave us
the
is
individuals that were serving on the ship and what their
That's
tasks were
geo-corrected.
and where
It's
these
north up.
tasks
Yeah.
were located on the ship. So there's
Okay.
quite a few things
is
to
what we're looking
consider
at.
when you're
That
looking
matches
at
what we're seeing
um,
in terms of
who
its
is sailing, or who is traveling
orientation.
the sea
How are we doing on
historically, just
tether,
like in modern
Copilot?
times. 'Cause
You're
there's
good. There's
a
a
bunch
little
of
cat, Mary.
different
Okay.
aspects of that you
You want
can
to
look
keep me
at.
centered up?
Yep.
Or at least biased. More centered.
Oh, look at the anchor there.
Absolutely. And in the case of whaling ships, we certainly also have crew lists
I'm gonna
that
zoom
were
in a touch
filled out
more.
and were
It's
legal
starting to run
documents
out now,
that were
though.
filed
Okay.
before these
Well,
ships
we need to
left
let the
port.
ship catch up with us.
And those
Yeah, they're
can be
still
a
they're still
mine
moving.
of
So,
information with a great deal
and then
to
Cirrus
offer.
will swing for that. Oh,
And
look
then
at that
that,
anchor.
again, comes back to
I
this
can-
question
I
of
can,
not only
lateral to
who's
the
on
right a
board
little
by
bit.
name,
Okay.
but where they come from, the interrelationships with families and family members sailing together on these ships. Fathers will bring sons,
Wow.
brothers will sail, cousins will be
You want to
there.
paint it a little bit?
Families that
Sure.
have married
You can
one
make
another
pop.
will find
Maybe we can get
representatives
this
there.
to pop a little bit.
And so in that, you really do get a sense of
This
the
is an
nature of the
amazing
sea
tool.
and of these vessels
Yeah.
and these voyages, particularly in the early to mid-19th century. Before the Civil
Video is
War.
shoreside
These
seeing
were very
the
much
blue
family
view.
businesses. This is a pre-industrial time in many ways. And so what you also will
Okay.
find, of course, is
I can do
that you
that
have
and
folks who are
let
living,
them
say, in
know.
a community like Westport,
Or you do it,
who are
Roland.
farmers and working in that
Take the
community,
glory.
and then they go off a whaling and then come back home. Fortunately, do get to come home because not everybody did. And we're not sure. Coming back
Oh, holy
We wanna
cow, I
make
didn't
sure you
notice it
guys
before.
are,
The
able
anchor
to view
is
stream
amazing.
3. Are you guys seeing the sonar full screen as we're approaching the target?
Yeah, you can see the anchor there. Probably when we come up first, you can see the relief of the
I hear
fireworks
Mike
in the
Brennan's
back.
voice. Touch my toes. I'll get that out of my system.
You, Jack, or somebody else want to talk about what a day in the life of a sailor in this time period would have been like?
I'm going to make my
Cool.
Z-bias just a little on the light
Likely
side.
short and brutal.
That's a good plan.
Auto
This is not
depth
an
if
easy-
you're
Easy task.
auto
and
depth
easy
is
place
good
to
too.
be, and we
Yeah.
see from we're looking at shipwrecks versus
Okay.
associated likely with
I think-
casualties.
Not sure if we're still moving or stopped. But
12, 13 meters
I
out, you
wanna
can
know
start
why
to
we're
see the.
Go ahead,
you
we're
actually
getting
see
close.
the edge of the wreck.
Yeah, you can distinguish the anchor
Using that
now
word.
in the sonar quite clearly.
yeah, we're
Perfect.
okay now. Yeah, the ship's gone 23 meters, so they have 7 more.
So for those watching at home, if
And
you
then
want to
Cirrus
switch
will
over
probably
to
swing
Stream
another,
3,
you know,
you can
total of 10 or
see the
15.
Blue View sonar, which is one of the engineering tools that Deep Discover uses to scan ahead for obstacles, or in this case, help identify shipwrecks before we come across them in video.
Okay, I'll zoom in more on your multi-beam.
Copy.
We also have visual on Channel 1.
Yeah, it's coming into view on the ROV's video.
Guess put lasers on.
Lasers on.
Yep, ship's still moving. Go ahead,
Our
Bridge.
water depth still around 6,053 feet.
Copy that, Bridge.
45 meters.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, ship is stopped. Sirius will swing a bit. Just a few more meters. Then we can figure out where to place Sirius.
Okay.
That's a distinctive anchor. That's either an Admiralty or an early pairing patent. You know, that's first quarter of the 19th century.
Just about at the end of the tether. I don't want to be an eager beaver. And
Yeah.
Lord Green would suggest this was not a chained anchor. It was been wrapped with canvas and patched with a hemp rope, I suspect.
So we could bump, looks like Sirius is facing, basically due north there, 350 maybe. We could bump Sirius like 10 meters north.
Yep.
So this depression here,
Yeah,
that is the
I'm at
remains of
3.4 in the
wreck.
rotator, so.
Okay, so you have a little room.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's mounted up around what it would be, and it looks like this would have been
350, or now you're, yeah, we'll do 350.
This was originally reported as having a very, very low relief, so that's not surprising.
Yeah.
It's
But just for the pilots and other people watching, there's not going to be much more structure than this. There's probably the trilworks back to the right, but we're looking at what was the remains of the ship, so that all of the wood is deteriorated away. We're seeing an artifact pile around and ballast stones around the anchor, but this is the wreck.
note the bottles.
Yep. We're probably before 1840.
Yeah, also be careful of the monofilament. in it.
Yeah. Notice too that there's ballast.
What were you saying, pilot?
I just know that there's a lot more.
I wasn't
So
sure
what
if
I'm
that
gonna
was
do,
Yeah, that way, yeah.
Go ahead.
like
So
a
yeah, we
large
could
stone
do
dove.
010, 10
Yeah,
meters
there
to
is one of
sidle
them
Sirius
there,
over.
too. Yeah, I think so, perhaps.
Okay.
So what I'm going to
All right, we'll
suggest
do
is
10
that
meters.
as we move into this, if we do a pass, we should, I don't know how much time we have, but the most important thing for us to capture right now is to get sufficient data for Scott to be able to create his orthomosaic. That's going to be critical for us to continue to assess this. It's going to be very tempting to stop and focus and look at these things, but I'd rather capture as much as we can and map this site once we get its basic orientation and know where we're at. So I don't mind continuing to look around, but with that, Scott, I'm going to turn Chief Scientist role over to you because you are the mapping wizard.
I'm going to run along the port rail.
I guess the real question back to the ship is, how much time do we have? But that's going to be the calculus that determines how we approach the mapping run.
Yes, stand by on that. We'll get a ship move to move our second body a little bit closer to give us D2 some flexibility on the tether, and we'll get you time remaining. Bridge nav. Yeah, can we have a ship move 10 meters, bearing 010 degrees, speed 0.2 knots.
So I'm getting modify yourself to the subject.
Good copy, Bridge.
And here's the try-works.
Oh, so that's kind of the whole thing, huh?
Distinguish a church
Did you
from,
let anyone
say, a
GFOE know
Brody
what
stove
we're
or
doing
just
right
a
now?
regular ship stove at that time?
That's,
Send a message to
well, I know.
Dave and Melissa.
I know they're watching. Yeah.
Are they? Good.
Yeah.
It's going to be these big, huge 200-gallon pots that you see there. There's the stove part there, but you can see on top, you see the two tripods themselves are right up in there. That is it. That's exact. And if you've ever been on board the Charles W. Morgan, this is a
typical and very powerfully well-preserved whaling. This is a Triworks with the tripods themselves still in there. So we get the laser around, and that's 10 centimeters between shots. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep, 10 centimeters. And we seem to have some fish under that. And also fishing line. Do we know what these fish are?
I think those are called rat tails. I'm not a biologist, but those are fairly common that we see on T-Rex and all. There's some rigging out of the anchor, and they, brothers. Right.
Those chain plates in the distance?
Possibly, though, some of the stuff looks like it's rigging off of the masts, the mast bands.
Go ahead, Bridge. Copy that, Bridge. Thank you.
That's amazing. I've never seen an anchor like that snapped in half.
So I show
That's what we call a
off
bad day
bottom
at
at
sea.
3:30
Yeah.
to be on the surface at 4:30. And so that gives it's 1 p.m. So we have 2.5 hours left on bottom. Yeah.
When we do set up for the
Sort of
mapping,
Triworks.
there will be some things we'll need to do. We'll need to figure out an altitude and pretty much stick to a height off bottom.
Maybe Stovebrooks.
Yeah.
And that height will help us determine the number of passes we need, and that of course will be dependent on how much time we have. The closer we are to it, the more detailed the map and the
Yeah,
model
let
will
me check
be.
again. We were doing pretty well a moment
But
ago.
because light diffuses so quickly underwater, we need to make sure that for the photogrammetry, which from the Latin actually means making maps with light, we need to make sure that we have sufficient amounts of it and that it's filling the frame sufficiently to get the data we need.
For the record.
We'll need to turn off the laser scales for the mapping passes because it'll confuse the software that does the magic of gluing all this stuff together and removing all the distortion from the imagery. We'll want to tilt the camera as much as we can to have no views of the ROV on the main camera. And then we'll need to proceed in long linear lines back and forth. So, turning around and doing a 90-degree on the exact same line we did one direction and on the next. And then the minimum overlap that we need is 60% from one line to the next.
Yeah, Copilot.
The maximum recommended is about 80%.
Go ahead, Copilot.
So if we
mentioned we might zoom in the blue view a little bit.
Pieces,
yeah, I can do that now.
We can use that as a general guide.
We might go to the 10 meter. We're so close. It's not really.
Yeah, can also go to the 2250 if you
orbits,
want.
just like the one you guys are doing now around the prominent standing feature, which would be the stove, would be excellent.
There's 2250.
And then,
thank you.
If time is permitting.
Speaking of time, we have about 2.5 hours left of bottom time. And we're still scouting out some of the testing of the overall engineering objectives for the Blue View system as well with the ROV. So we'll try to accommodate in getting imagery footage as much as possible of this entire site area. And we'll
Andy, I'm going to head back
look
to the bow.
see how the overall features of this shipwreck then plays in and see if there is a potential anything that would signify describing officially what this wreck is. I'm not sure if we should be looking for anything in particular that would have anything with an insignia or inscribed or something, anything that would indicate what this feature actually is or what this shipwreck actually is.
Okay, I rotated down a little bit, pilot, to get
Jim,
a
I
better
know
view.
some of the whaling sites that I've looked at
6-0 right
with the
now.
tri-works and bricks. I've never seen makers mark, but it's
So,
always worth a close
pilot,
up
as
look.
you're going around, I guess, obviously before we do
It
any
is, and I think we
long,
should.
steady passes, we'll
This
look
is
for
effectively
obstructions.
It's almost a near match.
From what I
to
can
the
tell, though, it's
works
just the
that are on
stove.
the Charles W.
Pretty much
Morgan,
went
which of
up
course
the
is still preserved in a museum
down
ship
the
at
port
Mystic,
rail and
Connecticut.
coming back up.
Yeah.
The
starboard
size
side.
is about right,
It's all,
too.
yeah.
I
So
think
really,
There's those two little
couple
piles of
things that would be most
monofilament that are
helpful,
fairly static.
in terms of this,
That's
in
a good
addition
first
to the mapping,
indicator.
is the artifacts, what the anchors and the rest of the bottles, I think ceramics we can find are going to help us with the date.
Calling in
Right
right
now,
now.
everything I'm
Copy.
seeing is suggestive of something pre-1850 and potentially even pre-1840. It's definitely a whaling ship. Dimensionality is going to be important, how much we can discern through this as to how big it actually was. We had earlier sonar. Getting this measured will help a great deal. What's also going to be interesting is what's here and what's not here. Because if this vessel was perhaps encountered, perhaps if things were taken off, I mean, there should be more than 2 anchors, for example. It'd be important to see just what we can find and if there's any other artifacts. So the mapping will be the best way to do this, because systematically we'll go through this area and get to this better sense of it. Both sides of the vessel, I think, are going to be delineated perhaps more, not so much by structure, but by the sediment where it had mounted up against the vessel. We can see a difference in the color of the sediment, which may suggest the site formation process and consumption of the wood.
Should we
With
zoom
all
out
of that,
past the skids now?
I think we're going to
Just
get
for-
a better sense of it.
Pull
But at
away.
this stage, unless anybody else
I
wants
just
to
mean
disagree, I'm
have
calling
Roland
this
zoom a
whaling
touch.
ship.
Just
Jim, we can actually see the side of the hull right now underneath that anchor.
Sure thing.
Zooming past the skids.
It's just barely protruding above.
it'll be ready for
You can sort of see the
photogrammetry.
outline of some of the frames.
So we got
Yeah, I kind of think
I
that's
see what you're saying.
Got it.
That shot.
Got it.
It's pretty awesome.
Here's a question for the pilot. Can you do down the long axis of the wreck from what this, I'm just going to call the bow, to the stern? Can you do that without a ship move?
Yeah, we can do that, right, Carl?
yeah, it's such a small wreck. We have our camera platform kind of right in the middle, so we can do a full length.
Okay. So my suggestion is maybe we take a look at what the frame looks like at 1 meter above the wreck, and then again at 105. Looks like at 1 meter above the wreck, and then again at 105. Looks like at 1 meter above the wreck, and then again at.
Sounds like the phone went out and is looping. So we've kind of scouted out the wreck from the anchor to the tri-works in the back. We don't see any obstacles, no lines that would get foul the ROV at all. The highest thing is that tri-works, so if we're doing passes, obviously we'll have to be above that, but otherwise we can go as low as that. We're going to do maybe one scan of this anchor with our blue view sonar. And then we should be able to turn over to try to do a good photogrammetry pass. And we'll cover the camera details with you again just before we start that. Does that sound good, pilots?
Yep. Do you want to try to scan this? What's going on with our...
I changed it to the 10, and it might be the tilt.
Okay.
Well, it's this is also the 2250, I think. Right?
Yeah. I thought.
Hey, gang, this is Chris Harrell. I was checking out the feature there, and right behind it, it looks as if there might be a ship's telescope wrapped up in some sort of cloth. So when you guys get back over into that neck of the woods, you might look close and see if that's exactly what that is or not.
Yeah.
Where's he mean?
I don't know. I said something wrapped in cloth. We'll
I think that's a great idea. Chris, too.
Yeah.
There's a nice view of the.
One thing that I think
yeah,
maybe
correct.
if you're willing to risk it,
I'll zoom in a
is we
touch.
just do the long passes in one direction down the long axis of the vessel, which will mean fewer lines for us to do, and then use the balance of the time to look at specific artifacts that we see within that to focus on, like zooms of the stove or zooms of the
Hey, pilot,
potential
before we
telescope.
start the photogrammetry, do you mind if I enable HPU and bump up our port lower a little bit? Go ahead. Align it with the starboard.
I would agree, Scott. I'm always going to follow your lead. You completely converted me on the power of the orthos and the detailed mapping. And just for some of you who are also on the dive, what I talked about earlier is that going
let's
back
see.
to what Scott had
I'm going to
done,
try to drop targets for
there's a number
bow
of
and stern
diagnostic
too.
features I think we're very close to
not the
figuring out
greatest,
exactly what Vernon Basin
measurement tool,
2109 was. Thanks to the kind of work that Scott did, thanks to the Okeanos crew and the ROV crew taking the time to map that.
The back away so you can see it.
There's some really characteristic stuff on that script out hull. That really speaks
I was just
powerfully
dropping a
to,
target.
you know,
Are you talking about
potential
the
identity.
anchor or
So
the?
that's I'm always there for that, but I agree with you guys. Let's do it this way. Like I said, Scott, you got the cons because that map is absolutely important, and getting it into the virtual museum.
Okay.
But yeah, Chris, that's a good spot, and looking forward to seeing what else might show up. And
okay, so let's try
actually
to
sort of see
dial
almost
in a
like
little.
a
I'll record a little anchor
away.
blue view,
Catch the
and then we'll.
excavations. You can almost
Then I'll talk to Scott about the
a little bit of that dip in there that
photogrammetry.
might have been where the hull was. Love it.
So you two are driving, so let me know when you think I should start recording.
Hey, Jim, is that Frywork
I'd say
the
go for
main
it.
attribute
Yeah.
we're looking for
Okay.
as far as distinguishing
Get
us
the
as a whaler?
approach.
And just because I'm
Get a
not as
little
familiar
closer?
with
Or
that,
is that okay?
kind of
Yeah, I mean,
device,
we can
are we
definitely get
expecting to
closer.
see different sizes for that kind of?
And we learned in
you
this
know, for that
program
kind
you
of
can
object,
snip out.
based on
They
the
call it
size of the vessel.
extracting.
Like, can you provide more information on that? And that's just not something that I'm as familiar with.
I'm driving the tilt to try and keep it painted.
Right. So TriWorks basically are about this size.
Okay.
No matter what the size
That's
of the
closing in
vessel
on
will be,
100
and
megs.
this size is a small vessel. What it looks like. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't a schooner or a
Starting to
brig.
smush. Maybe I'll stop it there.
Just based on its
Yeah.
size.
Should we
Having said that,
try again with
basically the standard
the 900?
iron tripod.
Yeah, that one seems
which
to
is
look
a
better
part
often.
of the TriWorks. It's a 200-gallon pot.
Okay, that's the 900
You
130.
can have more TriWorks on bigger vessels.
No, sorry, that's.
And some of the say that, like Bob Schwemmer
There's
talked about
900
the Hawaii
130. I'll
Islands
range
at
that in.
Papahānaumokuātea National Marine Monument, soon to be hopefully National Marine Sanctuary.
Might have to get further away from that. I'm not
TriWorks
sure.
is disintegrated, but you basically brick them in, and we've seen the remains of the brick.
There it
In
is.
some cases, you can sheathe, or what you do is you put a copper sheathing on top. If any of you have access to the internet,
Be able to
just
see the bottle, maybe.
Google, check out Review Morgan, so you can get to the TriWorks and
Yeah,
you'll
the
see
data
exactly what
volumes
we're
are
seeing
pretty
here,
darn close to video,
just
which
on the
makes
deck of
sense.
that
I mean, it's
restored
a 20
1835
hertz.
whaler.
It's almost video frame rates.
So it is so very specific, so well documented that
not seeing
we
much.
are. This is no doubt. This is a whaler, and it was lost while in active trade because otherwise these things would be dismantled and stowed
Okay, I'll
away.
start recording here. It
So
looks
whoever
kinda cool.
was here was in the Gulf whaling. We do know, thanks to the research of Judith Lund and others, that at least 214 whalers were working in the Gulf of Mexico. The first one, Kazia, 1788, all the way up to 1878 with schooners like the F.W. Moore and others. Having said that, there is more research that's been done, and for now I'm not going to throw any names out, but we only know of one whaler
Okay, I
that
think that's
definitely
good.
sank in the Gulf of Mexico. And this seems to be about the
It's
right
50
size.
megs.
But
Yeah.
again, let's
Yep.
not play pin the
Sounds
name
good.
on the
Okay.
packet. Let's document it and take a look
Okay,
at it.
so we
But
recorded
I have
that
a
anchor with
suspicion,
both.
I have a suspicion as to who this might be.
So
And
we
that's
could
thanks
maybe we
to
could
the
do the
Westport Free
photogrammetry and
Public
then
Library, the New Bedford
try
Whaling
the same thing
Museum,
with the TriWorks.
Mystic Seaport, and a lot of folks
Yeah, try
that
getting
helped
some
along the way.
sonar
Thanks
of
to
the
Jack
TriWorks
Irie
would
and
be
It's
pretty
a lot
basic.
more,
This is
yeah,
whaler.
it's a lot more three-dimensional.
And
Okay.
it has a lot of straight lines on it.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure
Cool.
the people would like.
Okay. Okay, I'll let them know.
And I know that joining us on this dive and watching
With the
is
photogrammetry,
Robin
we wanna
Winters
turn
at
the
the
lasers
Westport
off.
Republic Library, who did a lot of research and has been looking
Let's
into
talk about
cruise
camera view.
and
Yeah,
took.
I want to see
on an
if he wants it
amazing
straight
tour
down or
of
45.
Westport.
He did say to
A whaling
zoom the
fault
skids
with some
out and turn the
significance,
lasers off.
Not
Right, well,
well
we
known
can
as the
zoom in
Bedford
to
or
get rid of
Nantucket,
that, but
but
what
all
angle does he
important.
want?
The home
I'm
of
gonna
Paul
ask.
Duffy, as I said, and perhaps the very port that this vessel sailed from. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Scott, this is Carl in ROV Nav.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're ready to do a photogrammetry pass. We did catch that you'd like the lasers off and the camera zoomed so that none of the ROV is in it. Did you want the camera as far down as possible, or 45 degrees, or what were you thinking there?
As far down as you can without going completely downward. We don't want any view of the RV, and minimize the zoom a little bit. What is the height off bottom right now that you're at?
About 2 meters.
I think that's a pretty good height. So if you want to go just a touch lower than that, that's pretty good. You'll notice that when these ships sink, there's kind of a berm that's formed where the hull displaces the sand around it, and that's a good target for y'all to kind of follow the edge of that berm when you start the mapping run from the anchor to the stern of the vessel. And then we'll turn around, we'll do the exact same line but in the opposite direction, and then shift over and keep mowing the lawn that way. We'll need lasers off as well.
Okay, so we've kind of zoomed in and tilted down to get as much of the ROV out as possible. We can hold this altitude. And so do you want us to kind of start, assuming this is the bow, start off to the ship's port side and do kind of outside the wreck? And then on the way back, maybe be on the rail, and then one up the middle, and then the other rail?
Yeah, I think we should start on the side that does not have the stove while we set up the initial line, and then we can make adjustments later if needed regarding the stove.
Okay, so are you looking for a constant altitude? Like we should rise up over the stove, or do you want us to set kind of our depth and hold that steady?
I think you should set your depth and hold steady.
Okay. All right, we'll give that a try.
You might want to also
The image
adjust
looks
your
clean and
HD2.
there's no shadow, so I think you're good to go when you're ready.
All right, sounds good.
You might want to adjust your ROV HD2 so you can use the skids as a reference point as you're crossing.
There's one
lines.
note for the video engineer. If he can keep the brightness kind of consistent, sometimes when there's depressions in the hull and stuff, you can get these darker spots.
Pilot, do you want HD2 for driving?
Copy that shore side. Use my
I don't think the sonar is going to do much
use my
for us.
waveform monitor to keep the overall lighting averaged.
So do you want to
best
go
possible.
see
We do
how
have
you'll
some
pass over the
issues where
stove?
Sometimes the lights
I
themselves
might be
flicker.
borderline too low for that
that'll
at
just
the
have to
moment.
be fixed in
And then
post.
set auto depth a little above it, or?
Yeah, we can
or
fix
we
that
can just
after.
start down the rail
Or
and
cut those frames out.
see what it looks like.
Okay.
And then
So-
if we think this is
Yep,
too
so
low, we'll start
focus and
over.
the zoom
Okay.
will remain
It's up to, yeah, it's a
fixed,
small.
and the only thing I'll be
So yeah, he said
adjusting
to
is
start up the
iris
ship's
to try to
port
remain
rail,
consistent.
or starboard, yeah.
Do you have a sense for how fast we're going to go? You've done a couple of these with him. Right?
Yeah. I think just do something that he feels comfortable.
I always say my favorite pilots and my favorite crews are always the ones from GFOE. And you guys never fail to impress on your ability to control and maintain and cover and not stir up the sediment. And it's miraculous. And, I'm so thankful that you guys are the ones running these passes for us.
That puts a lot of pressure on our pilot, Todd Gregory, not to stir up the sediment now. But thank you.
That's exactly the point.
Okay, so I'm going to make a note. We'll start this at 1913. We're going to go up the south rail of the ship, or what we think is the port rail of the ship first, outside of it.
Are you ready, Carl?
Yeah.
Okay, just steady and slow.
Yeah.
And what's the approximate distance from the ship at this location?
Now that I've started, I think I've got the wrong trajectory. Can I change
Yeah.
heading during this, or do we really want straight lines?
I mean, you could back up and we can start over to get your exact heading. It should be like 030 or something.
I think I'm actually on a good line for the starboard rail.
Oh, he had said to do the port rail first to avoid the stove, I guess. But
I think this was the stove right on the rail.
I thought so. Yeah, look. So we want to do this first.
Yeah.
So the southern rail, yeah.
Looking at it now.
But so you want to come here and do a pass, going like.
Okay, I think I'm going to stay outboard of the.
Yeah,
of
so
the stove.
do a pass here.
No, I mean if I continue, I think
you want to do this.
I think that's where I'm headed now. If I stay on this trajectory.
Yeah. Okay.
It was hard to.
Yeah.
Figure out exactly which heading to start on.
Yeah, so you're on the north rail now. Yeah.
I think we're going to leave that to D2 starboard if we continue.
Okay.
So.
Okay, I'm rotating down, pilot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
keep a good view of
That
us.
certainly looks like wood. Actually consumed, somewhat exposed.
Definitely.
Absolutely, and I don't see any of it eating at this time.
Okay, guys.
Note to the pilot, you can actually increase speed slightly if you want to.
Did you catch that? He said
I will, but not right now because we want to make sure we don't get too low on the
stove. Yeah.
Yeah.
The ballast is river cobble too, and that's pretty interesting.
I think we're safe to continue on this line, don't you?
Working on the coastal communities, and would always pull into rivers to ballast. It's nice and clean.
As far as altitude,
and,
guys, what do you think?
I'd say
I think we're too low.
I'd say go up a little bit
at the moment.
Yeah, go up, Todd.
Very easy
look
to
at
handle.
Sirius HD. We're clear of
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
And you're heading 6-6.
I was looking at
go back over top of it. I'll have to be higher.
Okay.
Yeah, the manip cams are distorted. They're awfully deceiving, aren't they?
Yeah. Sorry about that. That's where I was looking.
So I have your depth 1843, heading 6-6.
Okay, those are off masts and yards.
It's an anchor, isn't it?
And look at that small anchor there.
There's one more
Just seeing a bit
artifact kind of far ahead.
Just
Maybe we
that
should
flip.
go past that.
I'll keep going. I have plenty of tether.
Yeah.
I'll just keep this rotation so you have a reference in Sirius's view.
Okay.
All right, I'll rotate now.
Copy.
Oh, that might just be debris, not a final artifact there.
Yeah, maybe. So, what's our next pass? Same line?
Basically
Or
over
inboard?
inboard, so basically over the stove. It'll be 240.
Did we go far enough outboard? Does he want to pass further outboard? We can always.
Yeah, we could do a final one later.
All right. So I can stay at this depth, and then as we get, I think I'm gonna have to go up and over a little bit.
Yeah. Just a touch.
Yeah.
I mean, just from viewing these, they don't want too much data outside because it's usually a square of.
Right.
So
Okay.
I think you should be good.
Stopping
But
forward way. What are we? 2-4.
246, right?
246. Is that right?
Yeah, 180 plus
Okay,
66.
I'm going to spin right.
Another note to the pilot, the speed on the turns, we won't use the turns in the data, so you can do the things as quickly as you need.
Rather not stir up the bottom.
We'll keep an eye on tether turns so we know how many times Jared has to put the lift line around the tether.
Yeah, I put a turn in as I was doing a pirouette around the stove a few minutes ago. 246, is that?
246, yeah.
All right. Should I just follow that line and assume my momentum took me a meter over?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't have a good I guess we can see the stove in that manip cam, but
yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to sidle over just a teeny little bit as I start this move.
yeah, to your port, yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely about a meter at least over to where I was. And I'm going to have to start coming up here.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, I believe so. A touch.
The port wing is going to get pretty close, so I need to come up just a little. You guys thinking I'm good?
Yeah, you still got a little distance in Sirius view. I think you're going to clear it. I think it'll be to our port.
Okay.
Looks like the wing's just going to pass over.
Yeah. No, whoever said chain plates, I think you're right. You're absolutely right. That's the old style chain.
Well, that's
plate.
definitely
1840.
Just over.
Yeah, that looks like
a good depth. I think I could go right over it at that depth, but barely.
You did.
You guys think?
Yeah, the port wing went over it.
Yeah, I'm over it now.
Yeah.
So I'm only
I would say
seeing
you
one
did go over it.
Yeah.
Are we thinking single masted?
So you definitely got 65% overlap, so that's good.
Yeah, good.
Okay, well, so you're 1843. I'll keep an
This
eye on
one would
that.
have been dismasted. It could have pulled out. Hard to say. We're also seeing burial.
Gonna rotate to keep you in view.
Those bottles, though, that's pretty distinctive. That's what's
Say when,
the
Carl.
Glass Bottle Company style.
So you're still over the
like
yeah, you're over the anchor now.
45.
Yeah, I need to spin
Yeah.
so that I'll.
Yeah. Yeah, that should be good.
Okay. I'm gonna spin right, which will get my turn out. Backing slightly as I spin. Going back to 066, 065.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk over to the right slightly.
Does anyone want to describe the process of harvesting a whale on a whaler? Like, how did they go about it and wrap it up and keep it from sinking the ship?
What you would do is once the boat sank, after
Okay,
you had
straight
struck
ahead
the
or a little
whale,
wiggle over to the right?
after they had landed
a little
it,
wiggle.
I think
and once
you
the
should go
whale
right
had
a
died,
touch.
they would attach floats to it in some cases, and they would blow it over and bring it alongside vessel. They would lash the side of the ship.
That's
There,
it,
the
that's good.
plants with staging off the side.
Yeah, it's so
of the
small, we
vessel.
might as well just get a ton of
Large
overlap. Yeah.
spade-shaped cuttings.
Yeah, depth is still
They would
steady.
flint.
You'll pass over the
That is,
stove.
they hook into, and they peel off big strips of blubber, rolling the whale as they did that. They flinched and pulled all of that blubber off of the whale on the deck. The men would begin to cut it into pieces, mince it, and then they would put it into those tripods and boil it. The scraps of flesh that remained, then aid the fire because he's necessary. This was incredibly dirty, blood, grease, oil, and smoke. And known as greasy, which is good luck for a whaler. It would take better part of the day and work through the night. The oil, as it began to cool, would be poured into casks. Those casks would have been stowed down in the hold, broken down with the hoops separate, then assembled by the crew, and then as those casks
This
were
is already
fitted
the
and
other
stowed,
rail, huh?
It would have gone into the hold.
Yeah.
Those casks
Southern rail
were the profit, and the crew all had a share in this. So while the captain had the biggest share, every crew member on board had a stake in this. The more you whaled, the more successful you were, then the more money you got at the end of the voyage, minus that which was laid out by the captain. Things that you didn't have when you came on board or that you'd lost, like a good hat, or like a pair of oils, or a good pair of sea boots.
Say again,
or
Pilot.
tobacco.
Altitude.
Yeah, depth is steady.
Alcohol was allowed on these
Cameras
ships, and
look
we're certainly
good.
seeing that with those bottles. It was a very difficult, hard-worked life, but in this way, generations.
Yeah, maybe we should do
some
one
of
more
them
straight
descended
down
from tribal whalers who
over
worked
it.
off the waters of New England and had taught Americans
That way, and then one right down the center.
Yeah,
carried out this incredible industry, an incredibly costly industry, you know, and their war with Leviathan, as they termed it, throughout the pre-revolutionary times, all the way up until well after the Civil War.
Be nice to get zooms later.
This is Jack. Yeah, I could also add a variety of species that were hunted. Not just the sperm whale, of course, the largest whale, but also smaller pilot whales, for example, killer whales, something called a blackfish, which may have been a killer whale. So they were all of the size of Moby Dick by any stretch
Ready
of
for a
the
spin?
imagination.
Yeah.
The log books, many of which are preserved in some of the museums, they happen at New Bedford, where you go through them and you can still see smudges of ink, a little bit of splotch here and there with some grease, but also the observations and the stamps that they'd cut out that indicated whether you had spotted or sighted whales, that they got away, as well as those that you'd successfully struck and rendered. And those documents have been used carefully by colleagues to reassess the whales. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Pilot, we need to adjust a line so that we go directly over the center line of the stove. I think we had a little gap between one line run to the other.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. We were going to do the southern rail now, out just over the center or just outside of it, and then do one pass back up the middle. Because, yeah, we noticed we didn't quite get the center of the stove.
Very good. Thank you. Sorry, Jim.
So yeah, it seems like you've gotten nicely outside.
Have they gotten enough of the perimeter?
I guess we can ask after.
Yeah, we could do one more run, bounding it on either side if they want more of the perimeter.
So the stove is slightly north, and I think that's kind of what we missed, just north of the center.
Okay. So if I set up on 066, I need to have the anchor basically like dead on, almost.
Yeah, I guess so. Or the anchor just slightly to your starboard.
So I guess I'll take a moment and talk about what the photogrammetry process does and sort of the magic of it. We start out by taking these slow, careful lines back and forth across a shipwreck site like this, which is a pretty marvelous feat if you think about it, because we're in water depth so deep that there is no natural light. And trying to make a map with light in water like this is pretty challenging. and it's something unique to what we do. The software itself, we start with these videos, but we later turn them into stills. And what the software does is it makes maps out of each and every frame that we load into that, which takes a very powerful computer to be able to do the processing of what in the end will probably be around 10 to 15,000 images of this wreck. The software then takes frame by frame, image by image, and calculates how much shift there is from one object to another within that image. And it takes a map
Maybe
out
sidle
of that.
to port just to touch.
At the same time, it's
your port.
calculating the focal length of the camera and the distortion in the lens.
Okay, whatever
and
you think, Todd.
taking as much distortion out of the image as they can, and then what's produced
I think maybe
is a
the
flat
6.6 and
ortho
2.46 are slightly
and
off
then
the
also
strike
a
of the
3D
wreck, so
model
we're
of the wreck.
getting
And so
confused about
it's
what's
taking
what.
these still images, turning it into millions and millions and
You
millions
can see it
of
in
floating
Sirius video
points
right now.
called a
I think
point
you're
cloud.
lined up fairly well.
And then it's draping that point cloud with something they call a mesh. And that mesh is millions and millions of tiny triangles to find the shape differences between one spot and another. And then they lay the pretty texture from the imagery over that, and you're left with then not a 2D image, a video of a shipwreck site, but a 3D map and model of the site that can be revisited over and over.
I think I'm going to nail it. Look, there's the cobble of the stone. Is this enough square? I think so, right, guys?
Yeah, I think that's what we're missing.
Perfect.
He said over the center, over the stove. So.
Yeah. Boy, I'm all about the parallax error today. Well, our strike isn't quite along the strike of the wreck, The 0.66, it's actually a little off, so.
Might want to do an inverse straight over it as well, so you get the back side of the stove on the same angle.
What do we need to do?
All right, we'll ask.
Yeah, see if they want more perimeter too.
Yeah. Scott, this is the ROV Navigator. Would you like any more passes?
Yeah, if we can get one more pass that's further along what I think would be the port side of this vessel, so away from that, along that berm line up towards where the anchor is.
So
I think that would be
the southern
the
southern rail of the ship.
Some orbits around the anchor at the bow, and then another close-up orbit of the stove, as much as you're comfortable, maybe at a couple different heights, depending on how close you get.
What does he mean by orbit?
I guess pirouettes.
Okay.
He can use that?
So that we're assuming for port rail, you mean the kind of the southern rail, assuming the anchor is on the bow and the stove is on the stern?
Yes.
Well, here's the thing. I think the try-work generally is located amidships. So there should be more of the ship further aft than the try-work. But I don't see anything that is visible above the surface.
I think it may have come dislodged when it sank, and that's what snapped the anchor. Maybe it struck stern first.
Could be.
But for this pass, we're talking the southern rail or the port rail. You want it just outside of that? More of the sediment that's outside?
Yes.
Okay, we can do that, and then we'll do a pirouette around the stove and a pirouette around the anchor.
Great.
So doing outside the rail now?
Yeah, or more outside than we did.
Yeah.
Is this enough? I don't know.
Well, certainly good to overlap.
How much time do we have remaining?
I think we have 2 hours, right? It's 1:30 local. Yeah.
At least 1.5.
Yeah, we have almost 2 hours left on bottom.
Okay. So before we do pirouetting, let's do some 90-degree offset passes, going the other direction, over both the anchor and the stove, and then pirouette around those features.
Okay, so 90 degrees to these passes, one north and one south over each object, and then pirouette around each object.
Yeah, if we can
Set
get
that up now for the anchor.
those 90-degree passes over each of those features, we'll need overlap. So, like, from their extent, so from the beginning of the anchor to the end, and then, for where you start seeing the stove feature to the end next forth until we've covered the whole thing, and probably be, 3 or 4 lines?
If we do the whole wreck, it'd be a lot more than that. So is it just a couple on the anchor and then a couple on the works?
Well, we can see the whole anchor in one pass, so I guess I'm not following. It seems like one pass north and one south would do it.
Yeah, so if we do one where we also have the sand partially, like if we could splice the pass into multiple pieces, I think that would be useful, if I'm making any sense.
Okay, so the first one won't be centered, it'll be off with more sediment, and then we'll kind of do a grid over it back and forth.
Yeah.
Kind of like this.
Yeah.
I think I'm set up
Okay.
for now.
Yeah, should we keep 90?
What would that be? Tell you what.
Well, what were you? You were
065, say 066.
Yeah, you were 6.6. So then 90 would be
Jim, this is Melanie. I took
340.
screen captures when we had the laser scales on earlier, and just going back and trying to rough out some dimensions on that feature. I
guess get it off screen.
40 centimeters by 75 centimeters on the top of that feature where those kettle pots would sit down into. And that seems to me to be a little more akin to the size of like a ship's galley stove that we've seen on other 19th century wrecks. As far as not familiar with whaling vessel artifacts, can you elaborate a little more on Tri-Works themselves in terms of what size ranges we could expect to see?
Looks good.
Do you have the same altitude or a little bit darker?
Same.
Yeah.
Depending on auto depth.
Absolutely.
It's not
because
necessarily the same
I
altitude.
did
same
note
depth.
that most Tri-Works had the same size, but there were smaller Tri-Works in particular because not every whaler was big. And so that two-pot approach, as you see there, is very strongly Tri-Works, because what you do with those is, and it's separate from a ship's stove in that you have intense heat that is used to take all of that blubber and render it and boil it down. And they're generally located, if not midships, then potentially more closer to the stern.
What's a reciprocal?
But the approach that is taken is to simply just hoist that stuff up and boil it down. And they don't tip, they have ladles that they dip in and then use to pour into the cask.
Furthest I get from you here.
Top that you see there as well, the way that's fitted, is the same style to keep that oil from sloshing and coming out and hitting the deck and burning people. So you're going to have guys that are standing up on an elevated platform that are tending that stuff in and out, and they don't need it to run off. So sort of the surfacing that you see there, plus the surround with the brick. Again, looking back at something like the Tri-Works on the Charles W. Morgan, they're a very distinctive artifact. And while you generally are looking at some of these that are in sort of like that 200-gallon range, what we're seeing here is it's right for a Tri-Works as opposed to a ship's stove. I've done a more detailed rep on this as brief for BOEM that I can send along.
Okay. So I
and
think
as
one
well,
more pass will do
in
it,
terms
right?
of a potential identity, we have a whaling ship in 1835 the only one we know that actually lost in the bow, that was dismasted, damaged, without a crew on board, but with scattered papers indicating with the logbook that they had to a storm, that the vessel had been badly damaged and was abandoned by the crew in a sinking condition. And the position that that other vessel encountered that ship was 70 nautical miles in a direct sort of arc or loop from where we are today on this wreck site. The dimensions of the vessel are pretty much about the same. That vessel, remember, the name was built in 1820, lost in 1835. So, yeah, it's that's why I'm, strongly feeling whaler. And I didn't come to that by knowing this other vessel's history or that they've encountered something. It was the Tri-Works itself, having, done a lot of work, particularly with Morgan, and, having done other work with some other whaling sites and with Noah's own work that Bob Schwimmer's talked about out of Papahanaumoku, Okeanos, looked at that. And one of the things I did for the Bowen project is went back through the archives and started pulling dimensions and doing a lot more work on Tri-Works and their construction.
One more, or should we move to the stove?
I think
pretty convinced
you have the sediment on the side, yeah. One more.
We'll write this up,
more on the
lay out all of that. Yeah. And with that,
sounds like you
we
wanted
know
sediment.
that other vessel, then
sounds like you wanted sediment.
One of the anchors off and leave the other two big ones in place, as well as taking some of the oil that they'd found, which was keeping it afloat. So interesting, very interesting sort of history with it. But yeah, does that help?
That's great. Thanks, Jim. And yeah, once we're done with these photogrammetry passes, if we have time, it would be great to go back to that feature and try and get some good measurements on it from different angles, as square as we can get the ROV to it on its different faces, so that we can get better measurements for it.
It's worth noting that the Charles Morgan is 113 feet long, whereas the side scan for this is indicating something more, 45 feet.
I think because we have time, can we continue with these passes, just proceeding back to the stove?
More crossways paths? Is that what he's asking for? Or just head to the stove and do crossways passes there?
You're saying just to keep doing crossways passes all the way to the stove?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's just going to be hard to predict. It's going to be hard to pick off coverage, right? Since there's the defining features are less obvious.
Yeah, we can give it a try. We might have trouble figuring out coverage because there's not really defining features in between the two objects. But I guess we're doing it.
Hey, guys.
I think we can kind of...
This is the whaler we suspected is. It had a total length overall with a 21.8 foot beam. So very small. And so we're in
supposed to be
the
at
ballpark.
50 meters at 4:30, right? So it's the 15 minutes at 4:15, yeah. Yeah, so we're off bottom at 3:30. Yeah.
I can try and help with that, pilot, because, I haven't really moved Sirius's view. Yeah, let me know. Help me out. Okay.
So we don't actually get overall length for this.
I'd say a little to your port. Okay.
The sonar came out to be in the,
going forward
from the 2011 and I think the 2017. We were in the 42 to 45 foot range, which sort of makes sense if you're just looking at the main bulk of it without the sharp and the measurement, but stem and a stern post.
See the outline of the vessel pretty nicely in your view right
Melanie,
now.
I know you've been doing some
Depending on
fascinating
where your
research
lights
on
are, you can see
microbiology
it, yeah.
associated with various shipwreck sites around the Gulf, and I was hoping maybe you would treat us to a little discussion of how the microbiology affects shipwrecks and their preservation.
Wow, you guys
If
want to
that's
go
the
to
width
sleep
of the
already?
vehicle, then it's
Sorry, just kidding.
No,
I've been collaborating with microbial ecologists for over a decade now, looking at
I just dropped targets at the bow and stern, and I got about 43 feet.
environment may serve as
pretty rough,
artificial
though.
reefs for microorganisms. And what we know about the different microbial communities that inhabit
More feet, and
shipwrecks
then I'll spin.
are they tend to be very cosmopolitan and focused on a very specific role, whether it's degradation or iron sulfate reduction, hydrocarbon degradation,
So,
any number of different purposes that they
I guess
have
our
in the
objective should
marine
be this,
environment.
doing some nice
And one
blue
of the
view
really
of the
cool things
stove,
about microorganisms
and
is that they are the first
maybe just some
to
beauty
arrive
shots
on the
like
scene
Sirius
as
looking
soon
at
as
D2
a
with the
shipwreck
anchor.
event happens. Once
Kind
that
of the
vessel
normal.
hits the seafloor, the
Todd's really good at
microorganisms
beauty
are the
shots.
first ones to begin colonizing it, and over time they form what's called a biofilm.
We can get
And
some of
this
the blue view
biofilm
when we're
sort
over
of,
there doing
forms
zooms or
in
maybe even
between
the pirouettes.
seawater itself and then the surface of the vessel,
Okay.
whatever
Help
is
me out,
exposed
Andy.
above the
Is that
seafloor.
about right?
And
I'd
over
say a little bit
time,
more
what
to
that
starboard.
biofilm
Okay.
does is it basically provides the chemical cues
And then go
to other
for it.
organisms that this
Okay, going.
substrate is habitable. So that's when colonization begins. And you get some of your fauna, like your corals and
Safe-
sponges and
safe
other
altitude.
invertebrates, begin to settle on the shipwreck. And that, in
Yeah, we
turn,
should be
invites
1843.
larger fauna and your vertebrates, such as your
very
demersal
steady on the
fishes
depth.
and other organisms. And over time, you basically create a little oasis in the desert teeming with marine life.
It's good. We'll get
And
good
over
coverage of this.
time, as that shipwreck degrades, you can see changes in what those communities look like. And for this particular shipwreck, we don't see a heck of a lot of life on here in terms of corals and sponges and other organisms. But there are a few things that we can see here. But some of the cool research that we've been doing recently and was funded by NOAA is finding that these shipwrecks and the microbiomes that they form with these different microbial communities are far different than what you'll find in the surrounding seafloor, hundreds of meters away from these shipwrecks. And basically, they're teeming with
Have you
life.
seen anything really
And so
interesting you
there's
want to
so
zoom
much
on?
that we still don't understand yet about the ecological role of these shipwrecks in the deep water environment. But clearly, the built environment is playing a role in deep water sediment microbiomes, and we're just barely scratching the surface on what that means in the larger picture.
I think that's just fascinating, personally.
Little sidle over to the left.
Yep. Yeah, over
Say
your
when.
port for a while.
About there or more?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Is your angle the same?
Yeah, you look like you're heading a little bit more south than you were.
Yeah, 160. We were 340 and 160.
Really?
That's what I have.
I thought it was 140.
Yeah, that's looking better.
Okay.
And I'd say a little bit more to your port now. Right there's good. Hopefully parallax
Chris
hasn't
Rao,
struck
I know
again.
through the years you've looked at a number of ship stoves on various expeditions. Do you want to talk about the history of stoves or how they were made or what the differences are?
Hey, Scott. Thanks for calling me out, bro. Now, there's a whole variety of these things. Stand by for a second. That's what I'm talking about. A whole variety of these, but typically what you see is a square kettle box,
Manip cam is
sometimes with
I know.
a spit so that you could roast meat and be over open fire. And then
I think if I'd
oftentimes
been
it'll have
piloting, I
one,
would have
possibly
jumped
two, maybe
Well, that
three,
was
depending on
when
the size
Todd
of the
first flew
vessel.
over it. That's what I did to him.
A series of boilers that would be at
I'm
the
still
top,
very
similar to
sorry
what you're
for it.
seeing
We're not
here.
at depth. What if the tide's going down?
You know, they're all put together so that they can be easily taken apart and brought up on deck if they aren't already on deck to be cleaned, and then they can be reassembled and put back down below deck.
So do you think you got good overlap outside the stove and then on it?
There's a couple of really good examples out there. There's two on two of the Monterey sites and one on the Mardi Gras shipwreck site. That was excavated back in 2007.
Well, the soil was basically centered, so we'll do,
Lots of information out there on
maybe two more.
that.
I think
other than that, you know, they all seem to be, there doesn't seem to be a patent for these things. They seem to be sort of made to fit, so to speak. And that's really all
So
I can tell you.
340 for this one.
I hope that helps.
That looks good.
Right there?
Yep.
Okay.
I might add, if anybody happens to be in Louisiana around Baton Rouge, you can visit the display of the Mardi Gras shipwreck artifacts, which includes the stove, as well as a 6-pounder cannon that was recovered from the site.
Not enough overlap.
It's in the Capitol Park Museum, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yeah, I think that we might have to do one more back that way. Sorry. That break there.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I guess one more down out in the sediment and then back kind of this side of the center line, like to it.
That small anchor we just passed is about small enough to be a kedge.
This is Jack. I just pulled up the side scan image that we had from 2017, from the last time this site was visited. And it does look like there's a little bright spot off to the stern, directly past where the stove or try-work is. Maybe half again the distance from the stove to the forward anchor. So it might be worth just a quick look when we get through with this. Just astern of that, just to make sure there's nothing else out there.
Good line.
I'd say if we're going to do the continue on,
According to this
yes,
image,
if we're going to do the center over the stove,
pretty much
I
in
think
the
you need to
stern.
come a
Center
little
of
bit
the
to
stove in
starboard.
this direction or not?
I think slightly east of the center would be the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So straight or back over?
I think to starboard.
Yeah, to starboard a bit.
Okay.
It is hard steering with the manip cams though.
Yeah, I'm trying to use
Yeah.
Sirius mostly as a
I
guide.
don't know if you have access to that image. I just emailed it to Kimberly. She can get it.
Yeah, light just flickered, I saw.
Where these things would be located was always going to be more or less at the captain's discretion.
High enough, doesn't
That being said, we're not sure that where this is in its exact position, but what is interesting is that the bricks that
That's a
sheathe
lot of
it
coverage there.
are lying around it.
Right.
I was just over there before.
Or we can ask him how he's feeling.
Well, this time I think we can do like a healthy bump to starboard, you know, before we go over.
Is that to get the sediment?
That forward anchor,
Oh, okay.
or is that aft?
So
Are
without
we aft or
naming
forward?
names,
I
Aft
think
anchor.
we're aft, yeah.
A vessel in July 1836 sailed into Norfolk and reported that another whaler, the whaler Harmony, had seen a wreck drifting off the mouth of the Mississippi River and some distance out, and found it waterlogged, and said, with great difficulty, succeeded in freeing her. That means clearing rigging off from the dismasting. took off 230 barrels of oil, part of sail rigging, chain, cable, and anchor. Her log was written up to 25th May and was supposed to have been struck by a squall on the 27th, which was experienced by the Harmony, the other whaler, by papers found on board. Her crew consisted of 15 all told at the time of leaving port. From appearances, Captain Swain was of the impression that they must have taken to her quarter boat in hopes to entertain that they may have been picked up or made some port. One compass only was found in her binnacle. The wreck was afterwards boarded by brig Thomas Winslow of Westport.
Yeah.
That being said, that position that they gave, which I'm not reading here, is 70 nautical away and in line with the arc of the loop curve.
We got good coverage between the stove and the anchor.
Once you take off 230 barrels of oil, which helps keep you afloat, something like that's not going to stay afloat long.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, the one pass we did, the stove was like just in the edge of the video, so.
Okay, do you want me to ask if that's good with the 90-degree passes?
Yeah, I was going to do one more.
Oh, of the very stern, like outside of it? Yeah. Okay. After that, I'll ask.
Okay. They were mentioning that there might be something farther stern.
Yeah, I think we'll do the pirouettes, then do our blue view. We'll do the pirouettes first, then we can then have control of the cameras back.
Size. If this is something in like the 60-foot range with about a 20-foot beam, that's only going to have about an 8-foot depth of hold. So this is a very small vessel.
1.4.
But there were whalers that were that size. A number of these guys at that size were capable of crossing the Atlantic, whaling off the Cape Verdes, moving along the coast of Africa, crossing to Brazil, coming up, tucking into the Gulf of Mexico, heading out into the Caribbean, then running on up all the way to Roberts Bank before tacking back, heading home to New England.
Good. Or a little more left.
That looks
good.
Good to me, yeah.
I just spent a little bit of time on my weekends and whatnot reading over 100 logbooks. So I'm, with apologies, like thoroughly nerding out on this and enjoying it. Because it's a fascinating history that otherwise just
I guess that wasn't far enough.
And accessible only to a handful of scholars. A wreck like this, if this is what's suspected, we're going to continue to really drill in and take a good hard look. And that's why we're not naming names right now. But discoveries like this lead to more discussion, and more observations lead to the potentially, I should say, answers.
Too.
I'll see if he's happy.
Okay.
Scott, this is ROV Nav.
Yeah, I think we're ready to move to pirouettes, yes?
Okay, so that would be kind of keep this altitude and just do a full pirouette once around each object.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
At what range? How much do we want in the field of view?
Slower on the turns for the pirouette.
Do you want the whole object in the field of view for the pirouette, or do you want the ROV close to it?
The whole object needs to be in view unless you want to do multiple orbits, which is fine too.
Copy. Yeah, I think you can do one with it in view.
Okay, I'll approach and we'll agree or not. And you said lower. I don't know if I want to get a whole lot lower. We have that ball of monofilament there.
Or no, he said the same altitude.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. So I've got a half turn to the right now. I guess I'll go around to this direction. Can I go ahead and get it clocked in there and same camera angle?
You know, when I start processing this data,
I guess
I'm not going to have any fingernails left.
Yeah,
by
I guess
the end of it, because you're all terrified that there'll be a piece missing or something gone. But you guys are doing such an amazing job, and I really appreciate the care that you're putting into this
work. Yeah, this
work.
looks perfect. So we have 30 minutes left in our watch, and we have an hour and a half left on bottom. So the next shift will probably do the zooms.
In the blue view.
Well, we might get to the blue view. Todd just did one of the 2 pirouettes.
Can we get a time check on remaining time on bottom?
Yeah, we have an hour and a half left on bottom.
I can try and pull.
You guys are willing.
lowers
Can you
in.
do one more orbit of this feature, but slightly further away and slightly lower altitude?
Yeah, we can do that. Did you copy that, pilot?
Yeah, let me catch my breath. I'm holding my breath.
This is great.
Right. So back away, he said.
Back
and
away,
drop down
slightly
onto
lower.
the-
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I don't want to drop too much more. We do have that piece of anchor there, right?
Yeah. I guess just, yeah.
Should I pull the lowers in so we kind of get?
One of the nice things about these models is that they can be scaled, and the mass can be georeferenced as well.
I don't know if they. I don't think they want us to change the lighting on our camera.
Once
right?
I go back and add
the other
in
way to get
a
the
frame
turnout?
or two
Yeah.
with the laser scales,
I assume.
A little further back,
I can
right?
set
Just a
a
little further back than
distance
I am now.
on
So that's a bigger
vertical and
pirouette.
I
horizontal
think by back
features
and lower, he
that
meant
would then allow
to
you to
see
go back in
kind of the sides of
various
it more
mapping
instead of the top.
softwares or the modeling software that we use for this, and actually measure individual artifacts after the dive is complete one by one.
Much lower, it'll go off the top of my field of view, right? Without changing angles. Does he want
Yeah,
to
I
change
can
camera
ask.
angle?
Scott, do you want, when we go lower, do you want us to tilt our camera up?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll tilt
So
up.
far, the camera angles have been very consistent on the whole
I haven't touched it.
trip.
Yeah,
43 degrees.
it's minus 43,
So
yeah.
let's go up to, let's see. How about like, there's 38.5, and I'm going to dip down just a teeny bit more.
That's good.
A little lower. That's almost
Yeah.
1844. Is that a healthy altitude above everything, guys, or is that a little low?
I don't think there's anything at the bottom
It's just
besides
that piece of the anchor. I think I overshot it. I'm settling.
Yeah. It's still 1843. Do you have any more?
Yeah, it's almost 1844.
Where do you see that?
Well, just the number. Well, you're right.
Yeah.
It was like 1842 and a half before. Going a little more?
Hey, he said that looks good, so I think ooh, that might be too much. Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody should add a decimal to that depth dial.
Yeah. Or like a little like magnifying little bullet or something. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So
yeah,
you
yeah.
can see where the needle really is. I think I overshot. It still says
I'm
1843.
just so amazed that you can drive something the size of a small SUV around the seafloor like this with such precision. It's
You guys ready?
incredible.
Try to get a steady state.
Yeah, I think it's good. I wonder how the fish affect the photogrammetry there.
Bring the tilt up a little more before I keep moving.
Yeah, probably.
Just a little more.
And we'll say it starts here facing the fish, yeah.
We're 35 degrees, guys.
35.
Jim, once we do the orbit around the bow anchor, it's all yours. So if you want to formulate some kind of plan of where you want to visit or focus after that, if we get.
No, that sounds good. Actually, I do see, why we're thinking stove, that this has a fair amount of cast metal into it. And while I do also appreciate that some of these cauldrons could also be used for cooking, so much with that configuration that is more commonly a TriWorks, that I'm still in that frame of mind. But I do think, this is why we don't name names. Throwing out some hypotheses, we can all talk about this later and do some more assessment. To that end, I think what would be good is to take a look and just get some close-up stuff. I'd like to really take a closer look in this area, but I'd also like to take a close look and get up and take a look at those chain plates. Also, also bow some of the cobbles, and follow Chris's lead in terms of what he saw, and as well take a look at whatever that bright target might be. I've also seen some other things in the sediment as we keep passing over that look metal or something that almost barrel hoop. So it'd be awesome to take a look at all that.
Where was the possible long glass in canvas? Where was that located? I think Chris pointed out.
Yeah, I saw that. It was actually behind this feature here. What I saw was if you were to swing around opposite side, you'll see the proximal ends that broken anchor, and it looks like something's like folding out. And the way we crossed past it, I thought for a second it might be a ship's telescope, but it's not.
We got it, right?
Yeah, that was really good.
I did think I
one
saw
of the great benefits. No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say that's one of the great benefits of these 3D
Maybe
mosaics.
come back.
Things that look
dodge up,
suspiciously like something from one angle can look completely different.
just
when you look at it from a
that's how
different
we're all
perspective.
flying before. It's really good. That way, nobody in the next watch.
That flicker.
It did look like there was a folded or crumple something there that I wondered if it wasn't a piece that came underneath that the bow anchor, but I couldn't really tell from the passes. But
The upper starboard main light has been doing a lot of flickering.
Perhaps it's another T-shirt from Latin America.
that will start like a lake rig.
Now, come on now, that was from the Philippines.
At least it's not RCA washers dryers.
Okay. You just spiraled over to this. It's pretty good.
No turns, too.
I still have that T-shirt.
Just at altitude, or should I
Amazing.
look down?
Let's see.
Of course you do. That's such a great story.
Scott, we're getting ready for the anchor pirouettes. Would you like kind of the same thing? One a little higher looking down, and then one lower looking sideways?
I think what you have right here is fine. We'll do the orbit of this and then hand it off to Jim for his zooms and whatever else people want to look at.
Copy that. So we'll do one pirouette at this altitude.
Yeah, with the modeling software, sometimes highly angular, protruding objects can be difficult for it. Since this is such a low release and pretty consistent in shape, it should be easier for it to match up properly.
Is that a piece of glass?
Is it glass or plastic? I see what you mean.
Square.
Near the...
See near the ring, that crumpled something?
No, it's near the
Underneath it,
points. I saw a square piece of glass near the right point. Just below that white section underneath the point. I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong term there. See, we're now seeing the glass on edge.
Yeah, and that's definitely the side of the hull. You can see the outline of the powder hull plank, the inner plank, and the punch-eaten frames.
If we could get some close-in shots of that later on with the laser scales, that'd be great.
Absolutely, because that'll help us with size.
Once the pirouette's complete, can we get another time check?
Go ahead, watch lead. Yeah, we'll do that and talk about the rest of the plan. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, so I'll just double check before we change zoom and camera angle. Check we're done. Okay, Scott, ROV Nav, just doing one last check before we change our camera zoom and lighting and all. Are you all set with photogrammetry?
Gee, I sure hope so.
Yeah.
Thank you for all of your help and hard work on this. I'm nothing but impressed. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We look forward to seeing the model when it comes out.
Starboard rail. I know we went way outside on the port rail. Did we get enough on the starboard rail? Our first pass almost hit almost went over the stove. Should we do one
the
more?
low res one first.
I guess so.
It's the only one I can think that we missed.
It can take
If you
up
want to
to a
do
month
it, then I won't know we're done. I mean, he's been watching closely. So.
Yeah.
Just running the machine 24/7. Smells like burnt plastic afterwards.
40 watt.
We were
So
6-0
hopefully next
and
week early we'll have something.
6-6 and 2-3-6.
Yeah, that would be
camera
amazing
angle.
to see.
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you. Hopefully these images
43.2.
will really render something special.
Okay, 43.2. I'm gonna run down the
Want to get some
length on the
close-ups on
starboard.
those bottles
Okay.
while they're up there?
Yeah, we're gonna run down the length of the starboard side one more time. Our pilot fears that he might have missed some of the sediment outside. Wants to just get full coverage, and then once we're down at the other end, we're gonna do some multi-beam imaging of the stove, just for a couple of minutes, and then we should be ready to pass it off for any zooms or whatever else we want. We have about an hour and 15 left on bottom.
Okay. I'm gonna just
Roger that. That all sounds good.
Where's the anchor?
And we had a question in the chat room from Masako Matsumoto. Why there exist two anchors in this location? And Jack Arion stated that the ships of this period carried multiple anchors at any point in time. So that's really an interesting fact that modern day ships don't usually also carry those. I think I'm not sure on that, but that was a great observation.
We're not 100%
in order to see how also
came up over the
how
stove
historic
again.
values have changed to modern ones.
This.
Yeah. I mean, height-wise.
I'm gonna go. It's gonna go by.
Yeah.
Well, as my
Okay.
advisor would say, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. Redundancy is key.
Well, I take that into heart with a lot of what we do here on the ship.
Yeah, and don't forget these were attached with a rope, not a
Yeah,
chain.
because on our
So
first run we saw
it
the
was not
stove
unusual.
pretty centered to the right.
Yeah. Okay.
I just wanted to nail this.
Yeah.
rail.
Absolutely.
Okay, 2013 UTC, exactly 1 hour. We are ending our photogrammetry.
What's an interesting point
Lasers
here
on.
that I'd like to make is that
Tilting.
there's very little
So,
biology
do a
that
little
we're
blue
actually
view?
observing. We see some of the leftover trails of the
Little what?
spoonworm,
Little
like we
blue view of
observed
the
earlier in
stove
today's
while you're
dive,
here?
and I'm seeing, I think there's a
cool.
starfish right in the middle, some form of echinoderm.
Clear to swing
that's
the
there.
mini-Zeus around?
And besides for those few fish that we've also observed, there seems to be just very little biology in general over this area. I haven't seen any crustaceans or anything of that sort as well.
That's actually great news for us in our interpretation of the wreck site. You know, bioclutter can be very difficult to analyze artifacts behind.
To one, it's bioclutter. To another, it's a great observation. So definitely interesting to see. I mean, I'm glad that we're able to get the footage of this shipwreck as it is, or as it's been. Just overall that beautiful footage of how you can actually see just still the imprint of overall what this ship, at least the size of
You're
this
looking
ship
up
used
at
to
the
look like,
pan and tilt.
is
There we
incredible,
go.
and how over time it's even been preserved in this area.
Oh, thank you.
There's a few sites that even have tube worms on them. And I was curious if we were going to find them here today, but I don't see them here.
So we'll just get this to look pretty and then record it.
I keep seeing that feature straight
Try to
ahead
get
that's
the
roughly
steady standby.
circular, and it's roughly
a
in the
good,
top center of the image right
good
now. It kind of looks
perspective
like
of it?
could it be the bottom of like a wooden barrel or something?
I'd say
Yeah,
so.
that's what it looked
I mean,
like.
we get a nice shadow.
Do you want me to sweep
that's
it,
what I
or
was
are you just going to sweep it vertically?
I can sweep it.
Okay.
Okay, you want me to start recording?
Can even sweep it.
Yeah, you can do it yourself. I like the pan and tilt. It's just really cool to have this.
Yeah, that was a great idea.
Well, after an hour driving around, there's a small amount of sediment in the water, but it's hopefully it'll settle. There's just a little bit of current. Very, very, very slight moving water.
Yeah, it's a big shadow.
Maybe back up a little bit.
Okay, backing up a little bit.
So notice how some of these bricks are adhering to the metal of the stove. I think that would be because it was
I feel like you're a little lower than
not
before.
that it was a platform.
Not
for the
that you
stove
have
to
to
sit
be
on.
not that you have to be auto depth anymore, but
I'm going to stay in auto depth. It's pretty
Yeah.
solid.
yeah. I just mean I feel like your set point's lower. Just
So it was set so,
feel like
of
we were
course, on
looking.
the brick
Yeah.
to prevent the fire from spreading, right?
I'm a little higher
So if
now.
they were rendering large amounts of oil and blubber and stuff, and
Just a
over
little
time, would
safer.
that turn into
Less
like a
difference.
glue?
less sediment. I feel like you,
You know, that
didn't
would
stir
be
any
heated and
until
cooled and heated
that
and
last
cooled
pass.
and rendered down into something that would make those bricks safe.
So what do we want to
Looking
look at
at-
for them?
And some of the images
Andy,
of
are you
tri
getting a
works
good
like on the
angle of
Charles
this?
Martin.
Yeah,
and the other
I think
vessels,
so. I mean, I think they
They're-
just
they're-
want.
They're actually
I think it'd be
encased in
really
brick,
cool
almost like
actually
a-
if that multi-beam was down on the bottom of
barbecue
D2
pit.
and we could
That's
sweep
how
it,
it
but
looks like.
Yeah.
I don't want to, I can't bottom, so
Yeah.
So the metal, you know,
really
is,
get the perspective of it.
is actually enclosed within a brick
mean,
structure.
The view
So I'm
that we're
wondering
getting
if that's
here is
why we're
amazingly
seeing
close
this
to what we're getting
into
in
it.
the mini-Zeus.
How else would it have gotten on top?
Yeah.
I guess it could have fallen that way.
Which is a
Like
little
the
flat,
process.
right?
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
still pretty neat.
That shape, though, is reminiscent of
Okay.
Mardi Gras rings.
Well, that's actually 300 megs. I should stop
With
that.
the
Huh?
firebox.
Yeah, I'd say we're good.
I was enjoying watching you pan around, then I realized it was 300 megs. Okay, so is that good for the stove? The only other blue view I could think of for the next watch as they leave is to kind of get up and line up bower stern and get like the whole wreck was to measure and but I'll pass that on.
We had a few nice ones of those as we were approaching.
Yeah, that's true. But maybe one more like.
What I'm wondering is
one.
if
Yeah,
it is a whaler, is suspected.
So do we hand them the
hybrid.
keys to tell us where to look?
I think so. Are you two ready to start zooming?
Hybrid as in
I
Rich.
think so.
Good.
For
Is it?
that, or
Okay. Let them know.
Somebody pointed out earlier, not exactly wealth of plans for stoves from this period, and they were
I love
probably
seeing the anchor
manufactured
outline
more
in
by
the
blacksmiths
blue view.
than they were actually by a
Sorry?
stove
I love
maker,
seeing
for
the anchor
example.
outline in the blue view.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do know that the whaler Niantic, the whaler Niantic of 1835
We could start zooming and
was
signal the
using
beginning.
its tri-works as well
Pick your
as
favorite.
the tri-works, but when they weren't
Curious about
whaling,
that.
they
Is
were
that
using it to cook.
The kind of squiggly white
Mm.
stuff there, is that just biological
sense.
growth?
I think it's worms, yeah.
All right, Roland.
I'm glad they don't do that on research vessels nowadays.
Yeah.
Jim, this is ROV Nav.
Spoon.
Smell would probably not be appealing.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, we're all done. We got some blue view multi-beam images of the stove, but we're ready to pass it off to you for any zooms. We have a few minutes more than an hour left on bottom.
Thank you. That sounds good. What'd be good is as we back away, I think while we're here in this area, and have people chime in, get a couple of good detailed observations and close-ups of this, get some scale on these, get some scale on the bricks, and then let's start looking off to the side and see what's lying in and around it. I'd like to go back to that rounded feature that was pointed out. I'd like for us to go to the chain plates. I'd like to head back towards the stern. There were some things that we were seeing there in the sediment. Anybody sing out if you see something or want to stop. We've got this hour to do it, so let's just take a good close look as we're doing this.
To the right of the lasers.
Then biologists as well, if you see something, sing out. This is a multidisciplinary expedition and a test. And then go back to the bow. Chris Harrell, are you seeing that decorative edge or that decorative casting?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can see it up a little.
Never seen that before.
Where's that?
Right
oh,
where the
yeah.
lasers are. There's a words on the top center. Diagonal down.
Oh
They
yeah,
have a name right
there's
there.
an R, yeah.
Yeah.
CE.
Tilt up.
Tilting up.
Hold there.
Is it Brody?
Stand by.
No, it won't be a
Brody.
There's an S.
B.
Brody is R.
There's a W.
S.
O.
SMBR.
S the first letter.
SH. Yeah, I
There's
don't
an
know.
HORREL.
Harrell.
I knew we lost some stuff in the move.
Oh, there's more. That's a long word.
More. It just is corroded.
Yeah, just tilt up to the left.
Tilting
Well,
up to
come
the
get
left.
it. There's an
Whoa.
S. Yeah. H. SH.
Is there more there?
It's hard to say.
It looks like
Oh,
an
it's a
O for
stove.
sure. Let's try to get the whole thing in a shot.
Zoom out. Then
You weren't sure what it was.
So tilt down. Think you got it all?
Oh yeah, you can see the decorative edge.
That they use on
We
license
can lose
plates.
the lasers for a minute.
Tilting up slightly.
That is really cool. That's the first time I've ever seen anything like that on any kind of
Didn't quite make sense.
heating
Yeah, did someone piece together what it might have
galley
said?
stove or any of that kind of stuff.
I just heard a lot of
It was really
letters.
cool.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too.
Let's slowly pan from the top down again.
I guess it doesn't have to be in English, does it?
It doesn't have to be, no.
Hey, Scott, any chance if somebody can get a screen capture of that, actually do it
Well,
on
and
this
I can
machine
get
I'm
in a
on
little
right now.
closer. I've got a few two meters of
send that
range.
to
I
me. I'm
could,
gonna see
I
if
could
I
close
can
in and get the color to
suss
pop a
that
little
out.
more.
Sure.
If you can back
I've
me
been
out,
taking screen captures. I have
let
a
me just
ton
get a
so
little
far.
closer in.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh yeah, you can use your blue view to
That was really
note
cool.
your distance.
Yeah, let's use the 2200 kilohertz to read those letters. That might be asking a little much.
We'll be
They have
able
a
to see them on a
high-resolution still
filament,
camera
definitely.
on this
As
ROV.
we move along,
Okay, Roland, I'm stabilizing there. You want to go back in?
Start on the brick on the top, our focus, and then you can drift down.
Yeah, they wanted a scale on some of the bricks too.
Go ahead and laser it up.
Laser it up.
Yeah. Oh no.
Okay, go ahead and paint the word.
Without lasers?
No, you keep the lasers on.
Okay, tilting down.
I'm going to zoom in a little more.
Got a little bit of oscillation in my vertical. I'll let that stabilize on its own.
Just continue to slowly drift down, right?
I gotta ladder, do a little, I'm getting a little too close.
Pretty sure that's SMBR at the bottom.
It's like SH something R.
What?
I thought it was a B.
Yeah, B.
SHBR?
SM or H?
Okay, I'm going to zoom in.
You know, as in swashbuckler or something like that.
I can swing the lowers in and out, maybe see if like different light
Any Wheel
angle.
of Fortune fans out there want to
Go
solve
right
it for
ahead.
us?
I think you're safe to do anything like that.
I'd like to buy a vowel.
That's an H or an M?
I don't know. I guess it's probably an H. No, there's no words of SH.
We've got Copilot playing with the lighting.
SHBR. What it looks like. I'll be going. OE.
That's fabulous.
Tilt down a little bit.
Tilting down.
In this time period, this is the great age of small-scale ironworking. And so whether it's an actual patented name or if this could also be the name of the actual iron maker that did it.
Slowly
This
back up to
is
the top of it.
very limited larger scale manufacturing. These guys are not turning these out in large numbers.
Bridge?
This is, intensive work and
I think bridge
essentially
was the last,
practically handwork with limited level casting.
Do you guys see the last word as bridge?
Yeah, I bet.
Well, could be.
Yeah, look at the D. You can see this curvature of the D.
Strombridge.
Oh, you got an SM there.
Oh, yeah.
Could look like bridge.
Anything.
Interesting.
That is in front of the S, ASH bridge.
Well, we probably ought to move along.
Yeah,
We've
let's
got
do
video.
one more full screen.
Go wide.
Pour over and rewind.
full screen?
Look at
Okay.
over and
Full
over.
screen with, with this lighting. Copy.
Light lasers off.
That is pretty amazing.
Okay. I'd love to get a
the best I can do.
better image of inside those rounded.
Oh, the pots.
Yeah.
Yep, I concur.
Just because of the lighting's going to play nice. And
What did they use for fuel in these stoves? Was it coal or was it wood? What did they fire?
Well, on the market, I found some coal, but I'm sure they would use whatever they had on hand. But yeah, they're coal, wood, whatever.
Firewood was easiest.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is exclusively going to be coal, but I just know that in the artifact assemblers that we documented, we did find
Roland, what do you want to do with
a
this?
limited amount of that
Center
material.
Go ahead.
We could start from that split above it and then come down into it.
Hey, Chris, or someone else, because it's been a while since I've looked at this, but what was the longevity on these stoves again? If these could be replaced with frequency, and I know that was at one point while we were sort of hoping there was a way to develop the stove typology, because these could actually be really useful for dating ships.
Continue down to the next
Do you
one.
remember what that longevity was? Anyone?
I don't remember that. What I do remember is that
let's get the pipe on
there
the upper
was,
right, and we'll put lasers
you know,
on it all.
they're obviously
Now
portable
straight
in
right.
the sense that you can take them off one vessel and put them on another, so they might outlast the vessel. I mean, it's
Pipe
possible.
now
Although
lower right,
I imagine
also.
you know, if this is, well, it's obviously iron, it would rust, and there would be issues with that. But they would coat it with whatever and try to make sure it didn't deteriorate too much. So I don't really know the answer to that, Amy, but I would suggest that it probably lasted a while. You can see the plates here when it could take it apart and, you know, reassemble it as necessary.
I wasn't sure what you meant, Roland. I went up to the top.
Okay. I think we got.
Yeah, they probably
kind
had to
of
be taken apart
identifying
clean
marks.
for a lot of
I'm
fun.
going to back out a little bit. I'm
Yeah,
pretty
no,
close.
that was one of the things that we
changing,
discovered with the Mardi Gras stove.
Watches here. I'm going to back out a little bit for a safer range before we pass out. Okay, pilot going off comms, handing over.
And you can see how this one's sectioned.
Let me know. Okay, we're doing a pilot change in the front row. We'll have a new pilot to do zooms for you in about a minute.
What's the time check?
About 55 minutes left on bottom.
About
Amy, I don't know if you remember, but you sent me a reference once that said about a meter square stove could feed over 100 people aboard vessel. You remember that?
I do remember that, and I cannot recall what I found that in, but you still have that, right? I could probably refine that reference. That was really neat.
Yeah, no. I'm looking for it right now.
I'm trying to remember if it was Jamie White when he worked with Alyssa, if he was the one that told me about stove replacement. So I just need to see if I can track some of this information down.
what were sailors eating on board these vessels at this time?
What was the what?
What's for dinner in the 19th century sailing vessel?
Old horse. They would curse it and damn it. But salted meat, basically salted beef, salted pork, and not the nicest cuts. You would also have dried beans, peas, rice, beer, oftentimes because that would keep better than water. Because the cuts of that salt meat were often undistinguishable, that's why sailors would often complain that they were being fed old horse.
So what, in comparison, are they serving on Okeanos for dinner tonight?
Probably not old horse.
So, Amy, that reference is Marister 1824. It says here, the galley stove, which is of sheet iron, is hardly 1 acre square. This is large enough for 150 people because the preparation of food is very simple, and it goes off in there.
Yeah, largely stews, I would guess.
Thank you for refining that. I was going to try to figure out where I keep everything that I find in research, but sometimes refining how I've organized it can be a challenge.
This is Jean-Baptiste Marister. It's Memoirs on Steamboats in the United States of America, 1824. That's a steamboat, but still the stove.
Hey, Jim, on shore, we just finished our pilot swap out. So we've got Chris Wright, Chris Ritter, and Bobby Moore up here in the front row and rolling on video. So we're ready to take some more zooms. I think that's the plan. I saw Todd got some close-ups of this object in front of us. What do we want to hunt down next?
Do we need close-ups of that barrel feature that's near the stove?
I'd like to, if we can at least get the laser scales on it. If you pan to the right, you should be able to see it. It's just off the edge of the screen right now.
I mean, Jack also had mentioned the bottles, and there are very well-developed typologies for those. So if we could get some good bottles and some good rims, that would be really great as well.
Right, by the anchor.
Roland, you might have to help me out. I don't see a barrel.
Can you guys describe the barrel location?
See that white thing? It's right below that.
Looks like a bunch of little sharp pieces sticking straight up.
Yep.
Center to the right of the lasers.
Okay, come on in. I'll push in a little.
Yeah, right there. Your lasers are just to the left. There you go.
You gonna push in more? You want me to?
Nah, I'm gonna push in a little more.
You want me to pull out wide as you do it, or just stay here?
No, you're good.
Copy.
So it's roughly 25 centimeters diameter, so maybe a small cask.
Okay, you can come in a little more, Roland. Guess I'll center up on the spikes.
You know, it kind of looks like there's a lot of dark pieces of wood around it and other things. I'm kind of wondering if, is that like a sign of burning here? But I don't see the checkering, or is that just the aging of the wood?
Yeah, I think it's just a discoloration.
Actually, if there is wood inside, that could be like a neck stanchion or something.
Max zoom.
Rather than hollow out if it's solid.
Let's look at the top right section of it.
Okay, let's come a little wide. I'm gonna
really
lateral so I'll keep rotating towards that boiler. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm good here. For the sake of time, we could move on to something else.
All right. Let's move up and take a look at the bottles.
Okay, roger that. So bottles on the other side of the wreck?
There's a distinctive thing on the upper right next to the skid.
Yeah, by the anchor.
Okay. By the other anchor, right?
The other anchor.
Yep, okay. Headed there now.
The other anchor is where we should also be able to get a good couple of images of the side of the hull and get some measurements on that, too, from some different angles.
You can get crane spacing, that'd be good.
But before we go there, guys, we need to look at these chain plates. Stop.
Okay. Oh, right
Stop and
there
move
on the other
forward,
side of the stove?
Yes.
Yeah, on the other side of it.
Okay. Shore side, so on the other side of this object, that's what we want to look at first?
Yes, you see those circular metal objects on the other side of the stove?
Yes.
Proceed over there, please.
Roger. Okay, Roland, we can lose the skids and maybe do a partial. I'm just going to keep rotating a little bit so I don't come anywhere close to the boiler there.
So you want to do a partial on what the lasers is on?
I guess we need to pick one of these circular. Why don't we do this one first to the right?
Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
Roger. Okay, come on in.
Lasers clear.
Copy. Can you kill lasers, co-pilot? Forgot what. Oh, never mind.
The left one on your
Thanks.
joystick too.
Okay, you want to drift to the other one?
Sure.
Jack, you see what looks like what's left of the pudding from this around this anchor loop?
Yeah, I can see that.
It's on this anchor loop. Perfect. Okay, guys. Now let's just stand a little to the left of the next loop.
I didn't quite make that out, did you, Roland?
I didn't either. They were just sort of talking back and forth, not to us.
I think they were talking to us.
Science, was there something else you wanted to see on one of those rings?
Preventer bolt for the lower end of the chain plate. So now let's just move a little bit more to the left. More to the left. Perfect. Let's stop there for a second.
Is it possible to get the lasers in view on the Zoom?
Okay, we can back out a little bit on this and go a little bit further to the left. Can you climb a little bit and look down on that a bit?
Okay. I mean, we could just go
Yeah,
forward.
it's interesting.
And
It
keep
almost
tilting to.
like is a blubber hook on itself.
I'll just do that. See if that's what they need. Start to come in here, Roland.
The laser is clear.
Pushing forward a little.
They want to try maybe a partial pirouette.
Okay, that's good. We can back off of that now. Okay, that's good. We can back off of that now.
Partial.
Copy.
Let's zoom in on this tip of this anchor.
Shoreside, your audio is a little distorted. Can you repeat?
Thinking about the end of the anchor.
Yes, if you can stop here and zoom in on this anchor.
Yeah, okay. Come on in, Roland.
Lasers on, please.
I'll do it.
It's got an iron stock.
You want to turn around to the face of the point?
Can you repeat that, Roland?
So do you want to turn to face the point?
That's its third position.
Like 180?
90 degrees to the left.
Oh, sure. I'll be putting,
That'll be a, so you're,
yeah, that's okay.
Okay, can we back up the camera a little bit? We head to the bow.
No, there's nothing that was noted in the photogrammetry. There's something off to his left that they wanted to investigate potentially.
Can you guys hold off for 1 second?
We should probably just take a quick look at before we proceed to the candy store that is at the other end.
All right. Sorry.
No, sorry.
No, you're good. Roland, did you catch any of that?
Shoreside, you were distorted again. Can you repeat your last?
Sorry, Chris.
Roger that. Can you now just turn a bit to the left and proceed a little bit back towards the stern? There's a couple of features there before we go to the bow.
We can do that. Yeah, like across the, when we first landed, it was across. Yeah. Yeah. Gotcha.
Can you give us an idea,
That guy.
referencing the lasers, the direction of the item you're looking for?
Yes, roger that. Right now you're in a good area.
No, it's all right.
Keep moving, and then
Yeah.
if we can go a little bit further to the left. Keep drifting over there, please.
Good on the
Do
starboard
you
side.
see, keep going, directly ahead of the lasers? Do you see that object? Yes, the lasers are practically on. Go there, please.
He's delayed, probably. This guy. Yeah. Go ahead and snap zoom.
I'm not sure what you're seeing. This looks to be just biomat, and up ahead there was a circular hole that seemed to also be created by a bio creature.
You can come wide. Oh, yeah. I think we're not far enough left, Roland. I'm going to keep coming.
Right, understood. If you could back up a little bit, please. You drifted past it. If you come to the right, please.
You drifted past it, they said? Okay.
Maybe just gain some elevation.
You need to reorient and head back towards the stove tri-works. Okay, here it is. You see the circular object at the bottom of the frame?
Affirmative. We'll head for it now. Just backing up a little bit, Roland.
We can zoom in on that.
Okay. Go ahead, Roland. Backing up slightly, Roland.
Yep.
Just nice and slow.
And laser, please.
Lasers are on. Just hitting the toes.
What does that look like to all of you? I don't think that's... I think that may be ceramic, and it may be some form of bowl.
They have structure in
Yeah,
the
it
back
looks-
being dark. I wonder if it's a hose pipe.
30 minutes left on bottom, pilots.
That's a thought, yes. Okay, we can back up. Before we go, there's this wood, dark area, right just over to the right. You've got some wood structure there. This is quickly, right, we've got with that possible barrel, but just right before it, there's some square structure. I know we mapped this, but I would just like to, before we go, I would like to stop and look down.
Yeah, is that possible barrel shape you're describing could be a severed or what's left of a mass?
Okay. It's coming in wrong.
It's possible, but you see this structure that is possible. But right now, what we're zooming in on, does everybody see this?
Got some wood.
It looks burned in.
Okay, we can back up.
Trying to.
Still
Yeah, that looks
articulated.
burned. You see the burning pattern on the right side? It's like that striation.
Yeah.
You can come back in wrong. Just hold there, full frame. I was just backing up nice and easy. It's hard to stop momentum. You can go ahead.
Okay, we can move forward now.
Go ahead, Nat.
Sure, so just for your awareness, we have approximately 30 minutes of bottom time left at this time.
Roger that, thank you. I think we can now go to that area around the anchor and focus, the other anchor, and focus on the wooden structure as well as the bottles.
Understood. We'll head that way now.
Jim, do you know what time?
Anybody have anything else that they want to look at this stage?
I don't think we've gotten a tight good look at those bottles yet.
They're by the stern.
Yeah.
I think that's where we're headed.
Roger that. We're heading there now.
That is
We want to
where
throw bases and wood, take a look at those bottles and the cobbles, and that square object that may be glass.
I've been watching it often today, the starboard main upper. Yeah, I definitely saw it earlier today.
Baffles my mind how a piece of glass would survive under an anchor after a ring like that. Must not make them like they used to.
Just had a port rear flicker. So near the point of the anchor is what appeared to be a thin sheet of glass. And they're also interested in looking tight at those bottles. So, yeah, that's a decent angle. Try to put the laser directly on it.
Yeah, I was trying to keep it center, but I can do that. Okay.
Ready for more tight?
Sure.
Yeah, the lip of that bottle definitely looks like it's been folded over. Yeah, handmade. The lip of that bottle definitely looks like it's been folded over. Yeah, handmade.
Okay, let's look at the bottom of it.
So the drinking went on before the mass?
Still moving a little.
Yep.
It's full tilt.
Want to kick on the fog lights for just a minute, Bobby? Made minimal difference. Thanks. And turn them off.
I didn't really see him in the Zeus.
I think I see a clear next to that plastic is another kind of bottle.
Okay. I'm full tilt down, so I'll have to reposition. Get to that.
Let's give them lasers again.
They're on.
That canvas?
Okay, I'll pull out to reveal.
Be nice to get a geologist this ballast.
I'm tilted all the way down, so.
Okay.
Well, to
You
really
want to get this bottle? It's head on.
what it is,
I'll just
you
back
need
up
to
a little.
press
So you're
brake
centered
on
on
it
that
really
other
hard
one, so
with
let's
the
do a
weather
zoom on that one.
sedimented surface.
Since you're centered on it. Then we can go on down to the other.
Each of the left part of the anchor, there's a looks like a sharp, looks like a necktie shape sort of thing. The top left of the screen right now.
Okay, we can go on to the other one.
I'm sorry, short side. Can you repeat?
Right there.
Yeah, what I'm looking at is now I'm seeing it, it's like middle of the screen now. It's under the left loop.
That square rectangular looking object. Almost
Yeah.
looks like an envelope. Yeah, can we zoom
It
in
looks
on
like
that?
it has like
Piece
a
of
sharp
glass.
edge to it.
It's that piece of glass that we've been aiming for.
Okay, short side. We're gonna, since we're head on to this bottle, we're gonna start here and then kind of pirouette over there, so we don't have to do two maneuvers. But we're headed that way next.
Roger that.
There's another piece of that glass underneath of it.
There's a wine bottle from the 1820s that looks just like this. From New England.
Full screen.
They kind of taper upward a little bit, and then there's another like applied little lip on each sometimes.
Yeah, nah, I just want to catch my tail. Yeah. You can go back if you need
You're
to.
right. When Jack and I were young and were serving whalers, we drank out of wine bottles like this.
I wish I still had glassware with this cup.
Okay, well, let's come back in. Hold there.
I swear we caught a fish as big as the world.
Okay, shoreside, calling in again. I think we've got a good look at these bottles. As we pirouette, what we'd like to do is take a look at the other end of the anchor. There was that object that you'd spotted that may be another piece of glass, maybe squarer. And we also wanted to get the wood, try to get some measurements there.
Let's come on in, rolling a little.
Yep, and hold the rotation. Just bring it to center.
It could be a piece of plate glass. No.
Is that a
Nav,
sheet
this
of
is
glass?
Watchley.
Yeah, I think you had one under the bottle we were previously
I just
looking at
wanted
as
to
well.
check if you guys heard that request to essentially veer off towards more
English
of the
sheet of
left
glass.
side and get different angles of this
Wow.
piece of glass or object, whatever it is.
We sure did, Watchley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's resting on a piece of ballast.
So what do you want to do, Roland? You want to keep pirouetting that way?
Yep, pirouette or continue.
All right, come partial then.
Just because the anchor is there doesn't mean it is that. Either way.
Yeah, I was
We
just
have
going to
to
say, my bow theory might go out the window, so to speak.
Hey, pilot, there is a request from science to get multiple angles of that piece of glass.
Understood.
I'm going to start a zoom at this angle.
Sure.
We found a piece of plate glass on Monterey A, did we not?
Yeah, we did.
As well as that little chalkboard.
I was trying to get that bottle.
Yeah, it looks like a different size bottle, different type of bottle.
Thinner.
Yep.
Partial.
Copy.
Jim, do you want to look what looks like canvas?
OB, as we are here in this area, I'd like to get some lasers on just for a sec. But I want to get some basic size on this ballast and then on the timbers.
Understood. Lasers on.
Thank you. That's perfect. Can we sort of pan over a little bit to the left now? Set another piece of plate glass under the anchor.
I only see plastic besides the plate glass we saw at that point and at the very bottom end of the anchor. What I see now is canvas or plastic sheets.
Yeah, it looks to me it looks more plastic too. It probably got blown in with that monofilament.
Yeah, you're right. It is plastic. This is a relatively small.
I'm going to zoom on where the lasers are, the left and right.
This is a pretty small vessel. Look at the frame size here.
Yeah, come on in, Roland.
Yeah, barely wider than 15 centimeters.
Edge of the ship. That's the wood.
She was a dainty little thing.
Try to get lasers.
Hey, just make sure you go back to the 900 before we leave, Bobby. Carl wanted to get a back away shot as we set up for the ascent.
Go back in on the glass from this angle, Roland.
We're right at the tip of the hull here.
It's full tilt. Backing up a little.
See the top of the bottle?
I think this is the sternum. Look at how sharp that point is.
I think that bottle's still capped.
For in this period, that's more indicative of that stern.
So that would put the stove/Triworks up towards the bow.
Yeah, it's open.
Right, and that's where Morgan's is.
Is there something else you'd like to see, Science?
Yes, if you could show us the name of the vessel on the ship's bell, that'd be very nice.
We'd have to turn on the suction sampler for that.
Team?
Coming in, Roland. Hold there.
If we could pan left and zoom towards the side of the hull near where the anchor ring is and see if we can get the dimensions that way, that would be helpful too. If we can identify like an individual frame, to be able to measure it. So pan to your left towards the anchor ring.
We tried to paint that one as we were parallel with the anchor there, that black stripe that is currently horizontal left to right of the screen. We did paint that with lasers that sort of looked like a timber frame.
Okay, come wide, Roland. Try to get a shot down the length of it here. That's not very big.
Can we lose the skids or keep
Yeah,
them in?
sure.
Okay.
Just doing it more for multi-beam, but it's not very useful. Yeah. Or tilted down really far, right?
Or try to paint that piece of wood on the right again.
Just out of curiosity, how far were the coordinates that we gave for this site off from the ones we provided? If you guys could email us an updated location for the wreck, if it was off by a significant margin, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, we'll do. Shore side. We'll get that for you after the dive.
Do you see that circular shape in the mud off to the left from the side of the ship? If we look forward to the ring of the anchor along the curve of the hull, if you turn and make sort of a sharp left, there is something circular in the mud. After we sort of get this curve or this arc, you can take a look at that circular object.
Anybody see that?
How far away from the lasers is that, Science? I think it's the fishing line on the upper left, possibly.
Basically looking at it right now.
Okay.
It's dark, it's somewhat circular.
Come on in, Roland.
Up above that larger. You gotta. Just sorry about that. Not that little tiny circular cut. There's a.
Is that an sand?
There, you're right on it.
Come on in.
The glass side.
Can we zoom on that?
Are you talking about the kind of larger, dark sediment area that is above this?
I think we got it.
Or this? Oh, okay.
The shoulder of a ball.
Yes, but is that glass?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like
Is that an
that.
hourglass? A timepiece?
Like a sand clock?
A sand clock?
Yeah.
Can you pirouette to the right to try to get
It's a
the
very thin.
reflections?
It could be a minute
in the
glass,
opening.
like we've seen on the others. But if you pull back, there's a dark patch.
The glass looks too thin for a bottle. Probably have a sand cloth.
It's a very thin glass.
Yeah.
Did we paint that with lasers already?
Can we pull back? Because that dark patch above this is what I was headed for. With
Okay, pilots, shoreside. We have 5 minutes left to bottom time.
yes, this dark object. Roger that. Can we zoom in on this dark? Okay, it's wood. Mel, I'm sure some of this is going to be helpful for the biologists.
Seems to be quite attractive to those squat lobsters.
You come in a little more, Roland? I just want to...
Yes, apparently squat
Okay.
lobsters love to eat shipwrecks.
We'll wander around while we're zoomed.
Is that a small isopod? Oh, it came out of frame now. For later. Quite a few crustaceans in one place. Relatively small.
Could that be a frame there, Jim? Kind of turn of the bilge coming up?
Possibly, but it's so more towards the middle part of the vessel. Where it's, I'm not sure. Well, it could be.
It looks
It
like
does
several
include setup
structural
time.
elements are running perpendicular to
Does.
one another. Maybe fastened.
Yeah. Yeah, and it could be frames.
Thanks, Roland.
I was thinking maybe like a hanging knee that had come down or something, but it's awfully right angle.
Yeah, those pieces look articulated.
Okay, shoreside. Unfortunately, we have to go. We'll get a couple more looks here. Maybe I'll tilt up, and then we can look back along the length. And then we'll get set up for recovery.
That sounds good. You guys have been absolutely awesome and tremendous to work with,
You as well.
and we
What's that
very
feature
much
right
appreciate
ahead?
this.
Thank you for taking the tour with us.
And that feature right ahead of us.
Thank you so much for everyone that has joined in today. This is concluding our dive 2, which is our UCH dive on this shipwreck. We appreciate everyone being able to join in and use a telecom line as well as a science chat room and CTube. It's been very productive, and we hope that the next few dives that you'll be able to join us then. We'll be scaling down the shelf break of the Gulf of Mexico, of the West Florida shelf, making our way down to Key West these next few dives. So please, if you're able to join, tune in, and thank you for everyone for joining. We appreciate everyone so much. Thank you, Scott and Jim, and Melanie, and everyone that has been able to chime in. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate the partnerships that we were able to actually come and do this UCH dive. We got the coordinates, and we were able to make it happen. So thank you to everyone involved in that, and we appreciate you guys and look forward to working with you in the future. Looking forward to what the mosaics are coming out of this dive.
Thank you guys. This is the best way to spend a Friday.
Happy Friday.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
That was a massive frame.
Video's swapping out.
Okay. I'm going to increase my altitude a little bit now, Copilot. Great. It does seem to correlate to thrust command, but then again, I'm not sure when we're ever really not commanding some thrust. The flicker, yeah. Not sure if there's anything to that, really. Okay. Oh, jeez. Oh, because you went the other way. Yeah. No, I mean, to set up, so I had 0.8, and I thought when I was looking, it was like, I thought it was the other way, but I was past it. We got to stow swing arms too. Okay. Yeah, let you turn. Sure. Oh, you're still doing swing ups. Gotcha.